Chapter 335. Taking advantage of the time his allies had bought, Andre quickly completed the Arcana spell in his hands. He raised his hand and pointed lightly, causing a small cloud of green gas to explode in the tunnel. Everyone who came into contact with the gas covered their noses and mouths as they knelt on the ground. Those with better physiques vomited, while those with weaker physiques rolled their eyes and fainted. Rank 3 Arcana spell. Stinking Cloud activated. Target inhaled large amounts of poisonous gas and vomited. Target inhaled large amounts of poisonous gas and fainted. As a large number of notifications popped up in his vision, the entire tunnel was littered with corpses. All sorts of sour smells filled the air, and even those who hadn't inhaled the poisonous gas couldn't help but join the ranks of the vomiting army. There were countless people who had fainted, and only a few with strong willpower could barely remain standing. Obviously, Kurga's breast was one of the best. Although his face was a little pale, he still wielded 2 short swords in his hands. He used the narrow tunnel to dodge the sharp claws and fangs, while taking advantage of the moment when the bearhound's attack ended to launch a counterattack, trying to stall for time. Without a doubt, this guy had held his breath the moment the poisonous gas spread. His pale face was one of the signs of lack of oxygen in his body. If there was enough time, Andre would have liked to see how long he could hold it in. Unfortunately, he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the guards outside blocked the tunnel. Without any hesitation, Andre activated the short-distance teleportation stored in his ring. In less than a second, he suddenly appeared behind Kyrgyzstan and grabbed his neck. White electric arcs instantly released from his fingertips, producing crackling sounds. Then, Kyrgyzstan's body twitched nonstop. Accompanied by miserable howls, large amounts of water appeared between Kyrgyz's legs in just a few seconds. He had obviously lost control of his bladder. Seeing this, Andre immediately revealed a playful smile. He stared into the other party's eyes and mocked. Hee, how does it feel to wet your pants, my dear Marquis? Remember, this is just a greeting. I hope that through this lesson, you'll understand that there are some people you can't provoke, or you'll have to pay a terrible price. Wizard, don't think that I can't recognize you just because you're masked, Kyrgyz said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Andre suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. So, what if he recognized her? Evidence. Do you have any proof? Unfortunately, he didn't. All right, don't be so nervous. I'm just here to say hello. I don't intend to take your life, so just lie down for a while. After saying that, he abruptly increased the output of the electric current, and in the blink of an eye, Kyrgyzstan's eyes rolled back. On the other side, the 2 bearhounds overturned the last person who was desperately resisting. They forcefully tore apart the iron cage and rescued their children. In front of the sharp teeth that were comparable to magical weapons, ordinary steel was nothing, coupled with their terrifying biting force. It was a piece of cake for them to take down a metal bar that was as thick as a finger. After successfully rescuing him, the female beast picked up the wailing little guy in her mouth and ran towards the exit without saying a word. In an instant, the hall on the first floor was filled with screams and chaos. Human, thank you for your help today. If you have the chance, come to the forest as a guest. I will use the best way to treat you. See you again. After saying this, the male beast also rushed out and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. You have completed the mission. Help the bearhounds rescue their young children. Difficulty identified. Above average. Congratulations. You have received 6,000 experience points from the mission. Randomly selected a magical beast cub or egg. Congratulations. You have received a swamp hunting cat cub. When this creature reaches adulthood, it will possess blur, stun, demon fire, illuminate, and other spell-like abilities. currently unallocated experience points. 33,300. In an instant, a kitten with incomparably large claws, a pitifully small head, a very short tail, and olive green fur appeared in Andre's hands. He chuckled as he stroked the kitten's head and carefully put it into his waist pouch. He muttered to himself, "First, it's creating objects out of thin air, and now it's creating creatures out of thin air. This indescribable tattoo really gives people an unfathomable feeling, but it should be about time. I should also retreat." After saying that, he threw the half-dead Kyrgyz to the ground and leaped up, grabbing the last golden idol and covering it with his cloak. Once again, he activated instant teleportation and left the stinking tunnel with a whoosh. As soon as he left, the magical barrier at the back of his feet was activated. The poisonous gas that filled the air was cleaned up in just a few seconds, and the stairs at the entrance were also completely sealed by an invisible force wall. It was basically impossible to get out. Fortunately, Andre was already prepared. With a glance, he found old George, who was waiting for him not far away, and used short-distance teleportation. Due to the sudden appearance of the two bear hounds, the entire hall on the first floor was in a mess, so the scene looked abnormally chaotic. Everyone was nervously discussing what had just happened, and no one noticed that there was an extra person in the hall. "How was it? Did you succeed?" Old George asked in a low voice. He looked even more nervous than Andre, who had done the deed himself. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, as if afraid that someone would discover something. "Of course. I guarantee that Kyrgyz breast won't have the face to see anyone for a few days." After saying that, Andre's face revealed a mischievous smile, and he lightly patted the spoils of war hidden under his cloak. One must know that, to nobles, their reputation was more important than anything else. Today, this blood marquis had his valuable auction item snatched away in front of his face, and then lost control of his bladder. The so-called dignity of a noble was completely thrown away, not to mention that he didn't have any evidence. Even if he did, he wouldn't say it out loud. He would only silently remember it in his heart and find an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Perhaps it sounded inconceivable, but this was the rule between nobles. Anyone who went through the legal process would be seen as a spineless coward without dignity and would be despised and spurned by the entire class. In fact, the law had always been a tool used by the upper class to restrain the lower class. It had no effect on those who were truly in power. They could easily use many methods to avoid the legal process and achieve the goal of being exempted from punishment. They could even make a false countercharge. This was no exception even in the highly developed 21st century of Earth. Chapter 336. When old George heard that his rival had suffered a big loss, he immediately licked his dry lips, and a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. "Hee, well done. Although I really want to wait here to see Kyrgyzstan's wonderful expression. For safety's sake, it's better for us to leave first." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Carrying such a heavy golden idol is too heavy. I can't hold on for long." Strength and endurance had never been Andre's strong points, especially the former, which was even worse than an ordinary adult. After carrying around 25 kilograms of gold for only a few minutes, his arms felt sore and numb, and he estimated that he would reach his limit in a while. "My carriage is parked outside. It's the black one. Let's celebrate after we get on the carriage." Old George took a deep breath and walked in front to lead the way. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Andre felt that old George seemed to be a few years younger, especially the smile on his face, which looked so lascivious, as if he was an old whoremaster who had just walked out of a brothel, his whole body exuding a feeling of satisfaction. As soon as the two of them walked out of the gate, the guards hired by the auction house rushed out from all directions, completely blocking the passage. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and carefully examined the footprints on the ground. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness, and he muttered to himself, "Damn it, it really is a bear hound. I hope the people inside are okay. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Jeff, we can't bear this responsibility. We need a scapegoat." Another man stood up and suggested very seriously, "Scapegoat." The middle-aged man called Jeff smiled bitterly and sighed. "Sigh, you're really sinister. Then let's push the responsibility to the mercenary group that caught the bear hound cubs. Anyway, they're all outsiders, and they don't have any background or foundation in this city." A few minutes later, the two people carrying the stolen goods passed through the gate and escaped from this troublesome place without attracting the attention of the guards. Of course, no one would have thought that a potion master with a promising future and a famous count would do such a thing. Why would they do something as crazy as looting a burning house? A map of the Wizard Tower from 700 years ago, a section of the core of the lava tree, a golden statue that can cast divine spells, 10 rubies the size of fingernails, a ring with a seal. I remember this was taken from Brest of Kyrgyzstan. There are a few more here. Sitting in the carriage, Andrei counted the spoils of war one by one. Among them, there were a few expensive items for the finale of the auction, as well as some small items that he had taken from the other party. There were about a dozen items in total, and they were all piled up on the table in the carriage. In fact, he didn't think too much when he did it. He was just out of habit to take things that were valuable. He didn't think that doing so would bring about such serious consequences. Old George's mouth was wide open in shock. He carefully checked the few seal rings and sighed incoherently. Oh, my God! This was the family heirloom of the Kyrgyz family, a symbol of their supreme status in the family. There was also the ring of the Bernard family, the Reed family, the Perry family. Gods above, you've really done something earth-shattering. However, I suggest that you exchange these things for ransom. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait for the other party's fury. For nobles, the seal ring not only symbolized power, status, and identity, but also had a certain legal significance. They would carry it with them wherever they went, and it would be unthinkable if they lost it. If they found out that their seal ring had been taken away by someone or an organization, they would immediately think of a way to redeem it, even at the expense of launching a private noble war. It was obvious that Andrei had unintentionally touched a very sensitive nerve. Old George didn't really want to fall out with him, so he suggested that they settle this matter privately with ransom. After all, the environment of Lincoln City had been united against external forces recently, so fighting had to be controlled within a certain range. Otherwise, they would immediately be suppressed by the four dukes. It was better to quit while they were ahead. Andrei shrugged innocently. "Whatever. Just remember to give me 2/3 of the ransom. Also, I have a use for the lava tree core and the gem. You can choose from the map and the golden idol to take away. Forget about the map. I don't have the ability to explore a wizard tower from hundreds of years ago. Why don't I choose the golden idol?" Saying that, old George picked up the golden idol that weighed about 25 kilograms, his eyes revealing excitement and greed. He had seen with his own eyes how crazed this treasure had been at the auction, now that it was finally in his hands, and he hadn't spent a single copper coin. Was there anything more worth being happy about in the world? All right then, the idol is yours, and the map is mine. This way, we're even. But one last reminder, the Church of the Goddess of Dawn has their eyes on this thing. You'd better find a safe place to hide it. Otherwise, it will attract big trouble sooner or later. Although the value of the golden idol was very high, it was too eye-catching. In Andrei's opinion, it was far less useful than the map of the Wizard Tower. This was because he didn't have the confidence to quietly exchange such an expensive item for gold coins or other items of equal value. To a certain extent, this thing was equivalent to a hot potato. Unless it was hidden away and never seen the light of day, it would not take long for the source to be found once it appeared in the market. Old George obviously understood this as well. He laughed heartily and promised, "Don't worry, it will be locked in the family's vault as a precious collection. Perhaps it will only be taken out in the generation of my grandson's grandson. When that time comes, I'm afraid no one in this city will remember the origin of this idol." Grandson's grandson. The corner of Andre's mouth twitched slightly. Then he smiled bitterly and teased, "That will take at least 50 years. Whether you can survive is still a problem. You're really far-sighted." Feeling the warm energy emitted by the idol, old George took a deep breath and explained, "In order to ensure the prosperity and continuation of the family, this is the most basic of the basics. I have to try my best to leave some wealth for my descendants to prevent various unfavorable situations. You have to know that it's inevitable that there will be 1 or 2 generations of mediocre people in any family. When they're in power, it usually means that the family will usher in a period of decline. Only with enough financial support can the family survive safely." Chapter 337. On the contrary, I feel that it is precisely because parents like you continue to accumulate wealth that the phenomenon of the descendants becoming more and more mediocre. The reason is simple. They don't have to worry about starving to death or dying of thirst when they're born, nor do they have to worry about having no clothes to wear or a house to live in. They can get almost anything they want. In short, humans need to have a sense of danger to continue moving forward. Once there is no pressure to survive, they will naturally relax. Andre had never agreed with the cliched thinking of the nobles, so he was not polite in his evaluation. There was an old saying, "Born of worry, die of ease." When a person's physiological needs were all satisfied, they would lose their spirit and turn to the pursuit of excitement and enjoy the beauty of life. However, if a person was in an extremely harsh environment, then he would do his best to obtain all kinds of resources necessary for survival. For this, he could even unleash power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Andre himself had the deepest understanding of this point. In his previous life, he was basically an ordinary person who had never even killed a chicken. Not to mention hunting. Even the number of times he exercised was pitifully little. He would be out of breath after running a few hundred meters for business. His biggest hobby every day was playing games, watching movies, TV shows, anime, and the like as a pastime after work. But what about after transmigrating? He was forced to struggle to survive in the wild where the temperature was more than 20 degrees below zero. In just a few days, he learned how to make a fire, fish, dig traps, hunt, and so on. In the end, he forcibly brought a group of half-grown children to survive an entire winter in the Black Forest that was said to be absolutely uninhabitable for humans. If it was in the past, this was simply unimaginable, but he did it, and did it very well. Even the most experienced hunter in lonely mountain town thought it was a miracle, and that he must have been blessed by the gods. Old George looked a little helpless after hearing this. After a full minute, he shook his head lightly. "Perhaps what you said makes sense, but it does not fit the current situation of the noble family. After thousands of years of settling, we have formed a set of survival, reproduction, development, and strengthening systems. Very few people can jump out, and very few people have the courage to break the rules. At least, I don't have the courage. But thank you for your reminder. I think I need to train the younger generation well." Haha. I hope they don't hate me for it. That's all for today. Remember to help me get some fresh blood from the lady who never ages. Also, contact the mercenary group that catches bear and hound cubs. After saying that, Andre reached out to open the car door. Ever since he completed the quest, he couldn't wait to find a place to level up. Moreover, he had almost gathered all the materials for the fireball staff. He only lacked the bones of large magical beasts. Perhaps he could purchase them from places frequented by adventurers. No problem. Give me a few days. I'll get back to you in 2 weeks at the latest. Old George covered the golden statue with a cloak and waved his hand with a smile. Andre didn't talk nonsense. He just nodded and jumped out of the car. He walked in the direction of the North City district. Not long after, he entered a sparsely populated alley. Are you sure you want to allocate 29,000 EXP to the mage class? Confirm. Your mage level has increased to level 8. You've received a basic attribute point. Your magic pet's level has increased to 8. You have used up a basic attribute point and chose to add it to intelligence. Name: Androrace, Fire Elemental Descendant, Bloodline Purity Level 2, Alignment, Neutral Good, moving towards Absolute Neutral, Attributes, Strength, 7 Agility, 17 Vitality, 10 Intelligence, 22 Perception, 12 Charm, 9 Profession, Mage Level 8 experience required to level up, 59,000/109000 number of memorizable arcane spells. Level 0. For Level 1, 6 Level 2, 5 Level 3. For +1, Effective Mage Badge. Level 4, 3+1, Effective Mage Badge. Health points, 3434, Healthy Experience points, 4,300 undistributed. You are wearing a magic equipment with a constant voice spell. Therefore, you are immune to all silent spells. Magic pet information name: Small Eyes Race, Small Eyes Magic Creature. Alignment, Neutral Evil Profession. Magic pet level 8, this creature's level increases as the master's mage level increases. Strength, 8 Agility, 18 Vitality, 9 Intelligence, 6 Perception, 10 Charm, 12 Health Points, 3131 Healthy Special Abilities. Cold Ray, 24 per day. Damage Ray, 8 per day. With a large amount of information and numbers appearing on his retina, Andre finally completed the level up he had been looking forward to. Not only did his spell slots increase by a lot, even Small Eyes trump card, the Damage Ray, had increased from 6 to 8. Even the strongest knight of Lincoln City, Anson Eyre, would be seriously injured if he were to receive all of them or even die. Apart from that, his intelligence had also increased. His brain felt as if it had been injected with a clear spring, and his thoughts became clearer. The level 4 arcane spells that had been difficult to remember seemed to have become much easier in an instant. Feeling the surging magic energy in his body, Andre's lips curled up slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was very clear that he only needed to level up once more, and he would be able to break away from the level of a mid-level mage and stride towards the level of a great mage. A level 9 mage could learn level 5 arcane spells. This meant that after learning the teleportation spell, he could directly teleport back to his hometown and see the family and friends that he missed day and night, as well as the beautiful female knight that he had an intimate relationship with. However, Andre was very clear that he could only think about it in his head for now. Unless he waited for the game to end, he could not leave so easily. Even if he waited for the game to end, whether he would use the teleportation spell to return home was still a question mark. After all, the danger level of teleportation was rather high. Generally speaking, if he was not in a hurry, it was best not to use it. It would not be too late to enjoy magical travel after learning more advanced teleportation spells. That way, he would not have to worry about falling to his death or getting stuck in between rocks, unable to move forward or backward. I really didn't expect that in just a few months, I would go from an ordinary person to a level 8 mage with great power. Looks like this tattoo is really unusual, Andre sighed silently as he lowered his head to glance at the pattern on the back of his left hand. He found that after leveling up, the eyes seemed to have opened a little more. He could already see a little violet in the eyeball, as if it was nurturing something. Chapter 338. Meow, meow, meow. Just as Andre lowered his head and was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a weak meow. He looked down and saw that the kitten in his pocket had revealed its furry head. It stared at him with its two big dark green eyes and made a coquettish sound with an innocent face. He didn't know if it was hungry or bored, so it wanted to find someone to play with. He sighed slightly, grabbed the kitten's neck, and put it on his shoulder to comfort it. He muttered to himself helplessly, "Sigh, what a troublesome little thing. When I go back, I'll give it to Chloe or Beverly to take care of." Although the swamp hunting cat was called a cat, it was actually a large feline with a similar body size to leopards and tigers. It was also a dangerous magical beast. When it reached adulthood, its body length, including its tail, could reach more than 3 meters. Although its head was relatively small, so its bite force was not strong enough, its claws were huge and even stronger than a bear's paw. It could easily tear the scales on a crocodile. In addition, this animal was also very smart. It could understand almost all languages. Its wide feet allowed it to run on dangerous swamps without worrying about getting stuck in the mud. Of course, the main reason why Andre didn't want to raise it himself was that he hated the capricious nature of cats. Compared to a cat that liked to act coquettishly, he preferred dogs that were loyal to their owners. After all, the latter could almost unconditionally carry out any order, but the former depended on its mood. It might even go on strike. If that happened, you wouldn't even be able to cry. The young swamp-hunting cat obviously didn't know that it was about to be given away. After climbing on his shoulder, it rubbed its head against Andre's neck very intimately. Then it looked around curiously. With the help of its huge claws, it lay quite steadily. When it walked, it almost didn't cause any bumps. Other than its short tail, it was basically no different from an adult domestic cat. Seeing that the kitten had finally calmed down, Andre ignored it. After confirming the location of the room, he walked towards the place called the Adventurers Inn in the city. According to the information he received, it was the only stronghold of the adventurers in this city. It was responsible for accepting commissions, issuing missions, exchanging information, recruiting teammates, eating, lodging, selling spoils, and so on. It was equivalent to a loose alliance, from the nobles to the commoners. As long as they could pay the entrance fee of 1 silver coin, they could enter and leave freely. In this world, there was no such thing as an adventurer's guild, a mage's guild, or a warrior's guild. Not to mention how much gold was needed to maintain such a huge organization, and how to prevent independence due to the inconvenience of communication and transportation. The rulers would not allow such a powerful force to take root in their territory. So, most of the time, experienced adventurers would take the lead and open a hotel, bar, or other institutions to take care of the daily needs. This was just like any independent country on Earth with a strong sense of sovereignty. It was difficult for them to allow armed forces that did not belong to their country to be stationed within their borders for a long time. The nobles of Orire were not fools. How could they sit and watch a force that could shake their foundation rise? So, most of the adventurers were very territorial. Generally, after determining the scope of their activities, they would accept commissions and earn rewards in the surrounding towns and cities for the rest of their lives. There were 2 advantages to doing this. On one hand, they could be familiar with the surrounding environment to the maximum extent. They knew the monsters and robbers in the wild like the back of their hands. They would know which way to escape in times of danger, and the chances of survival would be higher. On the other hand, it was convenient for them to make a name for themselves. As long as they had a reputation, Not only could they get more missions with better rewards, but they might even be chosen by the local rulers and get a good job as an officer or an advisor to the nobles. In addition to providing necessary services, the adventurers in was also responsible for a small number of retired or disabled people so that they could have a job and not become beggars on the streets. However, not everyone could enjoy this kind of treatment. Generally speaking, most of the people who could be taken care of were experienced veterans. Even if these people were disabled, they could still help others with the wilderness knowledge that they had accumulated over the years. Walking along the dark and quiet path, André soon found the legendary inn in the corner of the northern city. It was located less than 300 meters away from the city gate. It was a 4-story brick building that covered a large area of more than 1,000 square meters. Although it looked a little dirty, the business was very good. Even if he was dozens of meters away, he could still hear the noise inside. Unlike other places of business, there was no sign at the door. There was only a shield covered with dust and 2 long swords that were crossed over each other hanging above the door. A man in his early 40s who only had 1 arm left was guarding the door. Every person who entered would give him a silver coin. Those who were better dressed would even choose to give him an extra coin. Then they would lower their heads and say a few words to him. It looks very interesting and full of magical style. I just don't know what it's like inside. André muttered softly and stepped forward. However, he did not go in immediately. Instead, he took out a gold coin and waved it in front of the man's eyes. Then he said, "Answer a few of my questions, and it's yours." Seeing the flash of golden light, the man's eyes instantly burst out with light. He narrowed his eyes and looked up and down for a long time. Then he smiled and nodded. "Of course, everyone knows my rules. 1 silver coin per question. If you can't answer it, there's no charge, but you have to pay first." "Very fair. I only have 2 questions. First, where can I buy the bones of large magical beasts here? Second, is there anyone who is familiar with the terrain of the mountains in the west?" After saying that, André decisively flicked his thumb. The gold coin instantly tumbled and drew a beautiful arc in the air, landing exactly in the man's pocket. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he covered his hair and eyes with a cloak in advance. At the same time, he also covered the magic badge on his chest. It was impossible to see anything from the outside. The man who called himself Barnard took out the gold coin from his coat pocket and bit it hard in his mouth. After confirming that it was real gold, a satisfied expression immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 339. Aha! Genuine Alliance gold coins. Full of quality. I haven't received them for many years since I was injured and retired. You have received the money now. Can you answer my question? André asked calmly. He. Of course. Animal bones and the like are sold at the bar on the 1st floor. I just don't know if there are any large magical beast bones you want. After all, these things have always been quite rare. As for the people who are familiar with the terrain of the Western Mountains, there are too many monsters there. Few adventurers dare to go deep. But I heard that a guy named Ian Annell once went in for a week for a high reward. If you want to find him, go to the last room on the right on the 2nd floor. Finally, I'd like to remind you that Ian Annell's temper is a bit strange. He may go crazy at any time. You'd better be careful. After that, Barnard opened his mouth and showed a meaningful smile, as if he was hinting at something. André didn't like his expression at the moment. He frowned subconsciously, opened the door, and walked into the noisy hotel without saying a word. As soon as he entered the door, he was instantly pushed out by a pungent smell of alcohol, smoke, and vomit. He coughed and cried, which made Barnard laugh. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. I bet those guys inside will die of lung cancer sooner or later. Andre took a few deep breaths, gritted his teeth, and cursed in a low voice. As a person with a slight obsession with cleanliness, he couldn't imagine how bad the air inside was. It was comparable to the poisonous gas discharged from a chemical factory, especially the smoke produced by the burning of inferior tobacco, which shrouded the whole inside with a layer of gray fog. Even the kitten lying on his shoulder kept sneezing and rubbing its nose with its front paws. It looked like it was heavily smothered. However, despite the terrible air, Andre had no choice but to brace himself and walk in. After all, he had a very strong purpose in coming here today. On one hand, he wanted to obtain the last main material to make the fireball wand. On the other hand, he wanted to ask about the map and find some time to explore the ancient mage tower. But just as he was about to push the door open again, the swamp-hunting cat refused to let him in. It bared its teeth and meowed in protest. Its two paws grabbed onto the wooden fence and refused to let him in. With no other choice, Andre could only coax her with a bitter smile. All right, don't complain. Bear with it. We have to go in today, no matter what. How about this? I promise to get you a milk or goat's milk when we get in. How about that? Meow. As soon as the kitten heard that there was food, its eyes lit up instantly. Its short tail swayed back and forth, as if it was asking, "Are you lying to me?" "I swear, the first thing I'll do when we get in is to get you a milk or goat's milk," Andre promised without hesitation. He finally understood how intelligent the swamp-hunting cat was. It was still a little kitten that hadn't been weaned, but it could understand the human language perfectly. No wonder it could understand almost all the languages of other races when it grew up. Other than the fact that it couldn't open its mouth to speak, it was basically no different from an adult. Meow, meow. Seeing that its request was met, the kitten meowed twice and retracted its paws. It obediently returned to his shoulder and carefully covered its nose with its cloak, showing an obedient look. Staring at this clever and strange little thing, Andre couldn't help but gently rub his eyebrows. He then took a deep breath, held his breath, and quickly pushed open the door and rushed into the Smoky Adventurers Inn. The atmosphere in the Adventurers Inn was basically the same as the shabby look from the outside and the noisy sounds from the outside. In this building, the first floor was a large room. There was a long bar defensively set up in the innermost corner, directly opposite the door. Next to the bar, there was a staircase that led directly to the second floor. Two drunken fellows were lying on the staircase, snoring loudly. The people who used the bar most often weren't regular customers, but women with heavy makeup and excessive perfume and their latest partners. These women were mostly scantily dressed and looked haggard. They used the most primitive methods to attract the attention of men with excessive hormone secretion, and then used their bodies in exchange for a generous reward. Other than that, the largest number of people in the room were adventurers who were yelling at the top of their lungs, as well as drunkards who weren't very sober. In the corner, two naked men were competing in arm wrestling, and many people around them were cheering for them. No matter what, this was a place full of all kinds of sounds, colors, and smells, especially the disgusting smell of alcohol, which permeated every corner. Regardless of whether it came from ale, cheap fruit wine, or rare spirits, they were all things that Andre hated the most. A small number of relatively wealthy adventurers were constantly puffing tobacco from overseas continents, blurring the harsh reality into a dreamlike feeling. This kind of expensive luxury item cost 10 to 15 gold coins per kilogram, and the best even cost 50 gold coins. Ordinary people couldn't afford to smoke it at all. At this moment, those who were holding hookahs didn't look simple. Whether it was their weapons or armor, they were far superior to the others. Obviously, after walking on the edge of life and death for so many years, even the most tenacious nerves needed to be relaxed, and the scene in front of him was just the right time for the adventurers to release their pressure and vent the fear hidden in their hearts, carefully avoiding the drunkards who were lying on the floor and talking nonsense. Andre finally squeezed to the front of the bar. He took out a gold coin and threw it to the bartender, shouting loudly, "Give me a cup of milk. Milk, or goat's milk will do." As the environment was too noisy, he could only use his maximum volume. Otherwise, even if they were less than a meter apart, it would be difficult for the bartender to hear what he said clearly. "Milk, damn it. I only sell food, and wine here." The bartender roared with a ferocious expression after catching the gold coin. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, if you want to drink milk, go home and find your mother." "That's right. This is a place where only men can come. If you're a man, come and have a drink. Hee hee, don't tell me you're a woman." For a moment, a few burly men around him, under the influence of alcohol, began to unscrupulously mock him. All kinds of obscenities were incessant, and in the end, even the scantily clad women joined in. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Chapter 340. Andre, whose nerves were already so strong that he could not be affected by external factors, did not care about this small scene at all. He merely smiled contemptuously and waved a finger in front of his eyes. "Don't find excuses. I know you must have some here. Take it out before I get angry. And you trash better shut your mouths and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a verbal warning." As soon as he finished speaking, white electric arcs suddenly shot out from between his fingers, so blinding that they could not open their eyes. Although it was not fatal, everyone who saw this scene subconsciously shut their mouths, especially those who had spoken rudely just now. They turned around and ran without saying a word, afraid that they would be retaliated against if they were too slow. Silence. Very silence. To be exact, it was absolute silence. The originally noisy room seemed to have been cast with a silencing spell. A few drunken fellows immediately shuddered and sobered up within a few seconds. In Lincoln City, everyone knew what a mage meant. They also knew what privileges they had, which was why none of them dared to take the initiative to look for trouble. They couldn't even hide. In the blink of an eye, the crowded first floor of the Adventurers Inn became empty. More than half of the people realized that the situation was not good, and all of them had quietly run away. Most of the remaining people were very confident in their skills and were not worried about being accidentally injured by the mysterious spell. The bartender obviously realized what a huge mistake he had made. He hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead and explained with a bitter smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Mage. I'm not lying. We really don't have the milk or goat's milk you want here. The only dairy product is yogurt." "Yogurt?" Andre frowned slightly and turned his head to glance at the kitten on his shoulder, secretly wondering if it was okay to give it yogurt. After all, the yogurt that the bartender was talking about was completely different from the yogurt that was industrially produced in his previous life. The former was a dairy product that was similar to dregs obtained through primitive fermentation methods. It contained all kinds of bacteria, although it would theoretically not cause any discomfort after drinking it when it was hot and was beneficial to the body. He was not sure if such a small swamp hunting cat could withstand it. As for the latter, after a series of industrial processes and then sealed and packaged, the harmful bacteria had been mostly eliminated. Therefore, whether it was the color or the taste, it was far better than the former. Meow. The kitten tilted its head and meowed as if it was asking, "What are you looking at? Where's my food?" In any case, it's a magical beast, so it should probably not have any problems, Andre muttered uncertainly. He then immediately said to the bartender, "Then give my pet a yogurt and a glass of juice for me." "Okay, please wait a moment." The bartender bowed, respectfully, and quickly took out a sealed clay jar from under the bar counter. He poured some yogurt that contained a lot of impurities, especially the pale yellow milk residue, which looked very unappetizing. However, the kitten was quite interested in this kind of food. It jumped lightly onto the bar counter, raised its nose, and sniffed cautiously. Then it stuck out its tongue and licked the yogurt on the plate, making bursts of cheerful cries. There was no doubt that it liked the sour-tasting food. It was so happy that its tail was wagging. Perhaps it was due to the unique body structure of a swamp hunting cat. The bartender took a few more glances at it before pouring a cup of coconut juice from another jar and handing it over. "Your juice." "Thank you." Andre thanked him and took a small sip. He then asked softly, "I need the bones of a large magical beast. It's best if it's a stick bone that's about a foot long. Do you have any here?" "A large magical beast. I think I'll have to check the records." The bartender took out the account book behind him and flipped through it. After a full 5 minutes, he raised his head and spread his hands helplessly. "Sorry, the last one was sold 3 days ago. I only have the bones of some small magical beasts and a few live ash rats. If you need them, you can buy some." After saying that, he pointed to a row of iron cages hanging in the air behind him. Inside the cages were 7 or 8 rats with black smoke and fire all over their bodies. Including their tails, they were about 50 to 60 centimeters long. Their eyes were orange-red and constantly emitted a high temperature. Even the iron bars around the cages were a little red from the heat. "These are ash rats? Why are they hanging in the air?" Andre asked curiously. He had never read about such creatures in the monster encyclopedia, especially the fire that constantly emitted from their bodies. It fully proved that these rats had a considerable degree of fire element characteristics. That's right. These annoying little things are ash rats. Don't be fooled by their small size, but their destructive power is not small at all. They have the supernatural ability to spit fire, and as long as they are bathed in fire, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed in a few seconds. In addition, these damn pests are natural arsonists. Once they appear in a forest or town, they will immediately cause a big fire. The consequences are far more terrible than arson. In the mountains west of Lincoln City, there is a volcano that has been dormant for thousands of years. The ash rats live there. These cages were caught by Ian Annell after he completed his task. He was the only person who could go deep into the volcano within a radius of tens of kilometers, but he was not very smart. There are a total of 9 ash rats in the cages. Each one is 50 gold coins, and it's only 400 gold coins to pack them all. How about it? Are you interested? Perhaps it was because the bartender wanted to sell all the rats hanging above his head as soon as possible, but he did not hide anything from him. He was just short of kneeling down and begging to buy these dangerous creatures. Staring at the bartender's crying face, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of playfulness. He knew very well why the bartender was making such an expression. If these ash rats accidentally escaped, half of Lincoln City could be engulfed in a sea of fire. After all, more than 50% of the houses in the city were made of wood. In addition, the rats themselves were relatively small and difficult to detect, so there was no way to stop the fire from spreading. When the time came, the losses would be astronomical. The furious dukes and nobles would definitely rush up and raze this adventurers into the ground. However, Andre was indeed very interested in these rats, so after a slight hesitation, he nodded. Chapter 341. I'm a little interested. As long as you can help me with 2 things, I'll buy all the ash rats. First, I want a large magic beast's bone, immediately. Don't say you can't do it. I believe you must have some special channels to get it. Second, I want to talk to this person called Ian Annell. How about it? Can you agree? Oh, God, you've really given me a difficult problem. All right, I'll give it a try, but you better be mentally prepared. I'm afraid the price will be twice as expensive. After saying that, the bartender patted his head with a bitter face. Then he jumped out of the bar and went straight to the table in the right corner. There was an old man with an eye patch sitting there. He wasn't drunk like those drunkards, nor was he like other adventurers who went looking for women to have fun. He just sat there motionless. There was nothing on the table except for a glass of water. Hey, Blanche, you should have heard what I said just now, right? If you have any stock, then quickly take it out. I know you never disappoint people. The bartender slammed the table and shouted at the old man. From his attitude, it could be seen that the two of them knew each other. Their relationship was much better than it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken in such a tone. The old man called Blanche blinked his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! I knew there would be a big business today. Large magic beast's bone, right? I do have some stock here. 3,000 gold coins per bone, no bargaining. In addition, you have to treat me to a glass of the most expensive Shemin ruby wine here. Damn it, you bastard who takes advantage of a burning house. I curse you that sooner or later, you will be caught by the tax officials in the city and thrown into prison. The bartender was obviously very angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed. In the end, he even cursed. Shemin ruby wine was produced from a wine called Shemin City in the south. It was said that it was brewed through a special process. It was dark red and had a slightly sour taste. When it was in the mouth, it would stimulate the taste buds and give people an incomparable sense of pleasure. Therefore, the price was so expensive that most people couldn't afford it. A small barrel cost more than 50 gold coins. As a kind of wine, its price was a bit outrageous. Hee hee. It's not like you don't know that the prison warden has already been bribed. Even if I'm caught, I'll be released in less than an hour. All right, hurry up and pour me some wine. I've been drinking plain water all day. My taste buds are getting bland. While speaking, Branch licked his lips with a smile. That smug look on his face was infuriating. Old fox, bah! After spitting fiercely, the bartender turned back to the bar counter and shrugged helplessly. I believe you've heard it. 3,000 gold coins is non-negotiable. Furthermore, I only want cash or other items of equivalent value. I don't accept things like money orders. It was the first time that Andre had heard of such a rule. He raised his eyebrows subconsciously. No money orders? Why? That's because this is a black market transaction. In order to avoid those omnipresent tax officials, they have to minimize the transaction procedures as much as possible. However, every bill of exchange is entered into the account. It's very easy to be found out, the bartender explained very patiently. No wonder they only accept cash. So it's smuggling in the black market. Andre's face showed an expression of sudden realization. As the name implied, the black market referred to those illegal trading markets that weren't approved by the local rulers. They traded contraband, valuable goods, and even people for profit. Because they never paid taxes, they were always seen as a malignant tumor by the local authorities. They wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible, but it was a pity that where there was light, there would be shadows. Similarly, as long as there was a need, the black market would never be banned. Andre didn't care if the other party's purchase channels and sales methods were legal or not. He also didn't care if the price was twice as high. He only cared if he could get a qualified product. After all, compared to the fireball magic wand, a mere 3,000 gold coins was nothing. The bartender quickly filled up a glass of dark, red, Shemin ruby wine. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Please follow me. Whether the transaction is successful or not depends on your ability to pay." Hee, don't worry. Although I don't have that many gold coins on me, but I can still take out items of equivalent value. After saying that, Andre let out a relaxed smile and followed the bartender to a table in the right corner. He had just robbed the pro-war nobles, led by the Blood Marquis, Kyrgyz Brester, about an hour ago. Just the pouches of money that he had taken along the way added up to more than 1,000 gold coins. Coupled with the magic potions that he had brought along with him, it was no problem for him to gather 3,000 gold coins. "Here, Shemin Ruby wine. Take your time. I still have work to do." After the bartender put down the glass, he turned around and left without hesitation. He was only responsible for pulling the strings and didn't want to know too much about the rest. Blanche, whose face was full of vicissitudes of life, picked up the glass and took a sip. Then he closed his eyes as if he was savoring the wonderful taste. After a full minute, he reluctantly swallowed the wine. When he opened his eyes again, he exclaimed in an intoxicated manner, "What a delicacy! If I could drink a glass every day from now on, I would rather die and fall into the abyss. By the way, how should I address you, dear Mr. Mage?" "Hee, a name is just a code name, anyway. Just call me Magic Eye." Andre pretended to be mysterious as he replied. Even though he didn't get the answer he wanted, Blanche didn't mind at all. Instead, he smiled and spread out his hands. "Ha! Another buyer who doesn't want to reveal his identity. Don't worry, 9 out of 10 people who come to the black market won't choose to hide their identity. After all, everyone has their own secrets. I can understand this. But before we make the transaction, I need to confirm your ability to pay. Please show me 3,000 gold coins or other items of equivalent value." "No problem. I have 1,300 gold coins in cash, a ring that can cast magic missiles, and lastly, a bottle of invisibility potion and a bottle of minor healing potion. I believe these items are worth 3,000 gold coins." With regards to the old man's request, Andre had already expected it. He directly threw the money bags tied to his belt onto the table and took out 2 bottles of potions from his waist pouch. Finally, he took off the magic ring on his right index finger. This magic missile ring, made of pure silver, was a little outdated for a grade 8 mage like him. He could use it as a bargaining chip and forge a better one when he returned. Chapter 342. Oh, magical potions. Magical items. I love these cute little treasures. Please wait for a few minutes. I think I need some time to appraise them." Blanche spoke quickly as he excitedly took out a pair of spectacles from his pocket and put them on his nose. He carefully observed the magical patterns on the ring and the faint glow from the 2 potions. As a black market merchant, he was very clear about how popular magic items were in the market, especially those that couldn't be exposed to the public. It wouldn't be strange, even if they were sold for more than 5 times the price. Therefore, he was extremely excited, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Seeing this scene, Andre couldn't help but laugh. He held his chin and waited quietly. He was slowly getting used to the fanaticism and obsession of the inhabitants of this world towards magical items. Some of them were even willing to pay with their lives for it, but it wasn't surprising. Even a transmigrator like him with a brain full of theoretical knowledge couldn't help but be deeply attracted. He wanted to understand the mysteries behind the countless mysterious spells, not to mention a group of primitive people whose thoughts and consciousness were still stuck in the age of ignorance. The only difference was that he paid more attention to the essence behind the power of magic. As a user, he blindly pursued quantity, variety, and destructive power. He didn't consider the operating principles of magic, nor the origin of magic. The inspection lasted for a full 10 minutes. When Blanche confirmed the authenticity of the ring and the 2 potions, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with a satisfied expression. Excellent. That's a pretty good item. I'm more than happy to accept it. How about this? I'll give you 1,500 gold coins for the ring and 350 gold coins for the 2 potions. You'll only need to pay 800 gold coins in the end. Also, if you have any needs in the future, or if you intend to sell magical items or potions, please consider me first. I promise to give you a price that's 20% higher than the market price. Oh, 20%. That sounds pretty good. I'll consider it. Also, since you've verified my ability to pay, shouldn't you take out the bones of the large magical creatures for me to verify? As he spoke, Andre split all the money bags on the table into 2, indicating for Blanche to take out the items he wanted. He knew very well what kind of people the black market merchants were, so he didn't dare to overestimate the credibility of this old man in front of him. His eyes were full of vigilance. In fact, black market merchants had no credibility at all. They cheated, sold shoddy goods, took advantage of the situation, and so on. When necessary, they would even turn into bandits and rob the customers who came to trade. In short, it wasn't strange that they would do something so risky in order to pursue the greatest profit. After all, the black market was so lucrative that it was enough to trample on all laws and morals. Andre didn't want to become one of the victims. Ha 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 ha. Looks like you've heard the rumors. Don't worry, I'm not one of those despicable businessmen who would run away after getting a good deal. I've never done anything that would damage my reputation. Please wait here for a few minutes. I have to go to the nearby warehouse to get the goods. I'll be back soon. Blanche put the ring and potions on the table and raised his hands to show that he didn't take anything with him. He then turned around and walked out of the Adventurers Inn, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. As soon as he left, the bartender came to the table and said in a low voice, "Mr. Mage, that old man will take at least 15 minutes to return. Do you think you should go and see Ian Annell first? It's rare that he's sober today. He's not drunk or crazy. It's a good opportunity to talk." Andre nodded lightly. "Of course. Bring him here." After getting an affirmative answer, the bartender immediately waved to the stairs leading to the second floor. Ian Annell, come here quickly. Mr. Mage wants to see you now. Remember, it's best to keep your bad temper in check and get a lucrative job. Think about your unconscious son. He has to go to the temple for treatment every once in a while. Otherwise, he'll die soon. Oh, don't worry. As long as there's enough remuneration, I'll even be a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a height of about 1.75 meters with a full beard and a haggard face slowly walked out. He was wearing a shabby leather armor with a broadsword twice as wide as an ordinary longsword hanging from his waist. On his back was an old hunting bow. His eyes were slightly drooping, as if he hadn't woken up yet. But if one looked carefully, one would find a pair of clear and sharp eyes hidden underneath. One of his arms was long, and the other was short. Moreover, the knuckles of his right hand's middle finger, index finger, and ring finger were abnormally thick. In addition, his spine was always arched. There was no need to ask to know that he was definitely a master archer, because to have such a body condition, one could only do so by using a strong bow for a long time. Andre rarely used a bow and arrow because he didn't want to become so deformed. Even if the speed of a bow and arrow was much faster than a crossbow, with lazy steps, Ian Annell directly came to the table and sat on the chair without any trace of politeness. He directly picked up the Sheeman ruby wine that Blanche hadn't finished and drank it all in one gulp. Then he licked his lips as if he hadn't had enough and asked, I heard that you wanted to see me. Say it. What's the matter? If the remuneration is less than 500 gold coins, please don't ask. His tone was completely devoid of any respect. He didn't even bother with basic courtesy. He wasn't like the others who were full of fear towards mages. Damn it, show some respect. The person sitting in front of you is a respected mage. If you give up on a mission halfway like last time, don't expect me to introduce you to jobs in the future. The bartender's face twitched as he scolded loudly. Ah, I know, you're so long-winded. The reason why I gave up on a mission halfway last time was because there was something wrong with Little John's body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thrown away 1,000 gold coins and rushed back in such a hurry. Ian shrugged his shoulders indifferently. From his expression, one could tell that he didn't take the warning to heart at all. As an experienced senior ranger, he had considerable confidence in himself. Even if he occasionally gave up on missions, he didn't have to worry about not having a job. After all, the whole of Linton City knew who to look for when they needed a guide. Chapter 343. Realizing that he couldn't handle this sloppy fellow, the bartender could only sigh helplessly. He turned around and explained with a wry smile, "Mr. Mage, this is Ian Annell, a level 9 ranger. In a sense, he can be considered the most outstanding adventurer in Linton City. His archery skills are especially good, and he can hit almost every shot. Don't be fooled by his unreliable appearance. His success rate is as high as 99%. The remaining 1% was forced to give up due to various unforeseen circumstances. He's easily competent as a guide or a bodyguard. Apart from that, this fellow is also good at survival and tracking in the wild. He can distinguish which beasts and monsters live within a few kilometers from the traces left on the ground. Even in the harshest environment, he can ensure the survival of his employer. If you want to explore the mountains in the west, he's the best choice." "Thank you. I think I have a rough understanding. Let's talk about the rest ourselves." Saying that, Andre took out a gold coin and stuffed it into the bartender's hand, indicating that he could leave, because the following conversation might involve many secrets, especially the legendary wizard tower that must have stored a lot of knowledge and wealth. He didn't want too many people to know about it. After the bartender returned to the bar, Andre silently watched the ranger sitting opposite him. He felt that this fellow was very interesting. At the same time, he liked his unrestrained aura of freedom and his calm and lazy attitude. After a long time, he asked, "Ian Annell, can I trust you?" "Trust? What do you mean?" Ian was obviously confused by this sentence that didn't make any sense. He didn't understand what the other party was trying to say at all. But after all, he had seen a lot of the world and quickly realized that there might be some secret involved. His originally drooping eyelids suddenly opened and instantly released a strong aura. He stroked the thick beard on his chin and cautiously probed, "You don't want me to participate in some dangerous mission, do you? Let me make it clear first. If I find something that might threaten my life during the mission, I will turn around and run without hesitation." Andre smiled and shook his head and said in a half-joking tone, "Don't worry. If there's really danger, I don't need you to remind me. I'll be the first to turn around and run. After all, no matter how many treasures there are, they are far less important than one's life." He wasn't the kind of idiot who would sacrifice his life for money. He knew how to assess the degree of danger. At the same time, he also knew when to continue and when to give up. "All right, I feel a lot more at ease now that you've said that. As for the issue of trust, please don't worry. I've always been a tight-lipped person. I've never revealed any information about my employer or mission to anyone else." Ian promised without hesitation. From his serious eyes, it was obvious that he wasn't bluffing at all. "In that case, take a look at this map first, and give me some useful suggestions after you're done." You don't have to worry about the reward. Whether you want gold coins, magic items, potions, or scrolls of equal value, you can get them all." As he spoke, Andre took out the ancient parchment map that he had just snatched and placed it gently on the table. Then, he made a gesture of invitation. He had already seen the location marked on the map. However, as it had been more than 700 years, many places were difficult to match with the ones in the real world. Moreover, the mountains to the west of Lincoln City had always been a forbidden area for humans. So, it was as if he didn't see it at all. After a quick glance, a trace of surprise flashed across Ian's face. He carefully spread out the parchment and used his body to block the curious gazes from the other corners of the hall. Then, he carefully examined the terrain on the map with his brows furrowed. This is the Jones Canyon. This is the Sandor River. This is the Echo Peak. Next to it is the Forest of Death. As an experienced ranger, he quickly matched some of the places with the ones in his memory. Although the shapes and sizes of many places had changed after the passage of time, it was still not a problem for an expert who frequented the mountains to the west. Of course, this also had something to do with his profession. After all, a ranger was a combination of hunters, rogues, and druids. Not only were they good at using all kinds of long-range and close-range weapons, but they could also walk in the forest, wilderness, and mountains as if they were walking on flat ground. When their level reached a certain level, they could even cast some nature magic like druids. In terms of control and utilization of the environment, a ranger was much better than a druid. An experienced ranger could kill an enemy before they could discover him. As long as he wanted to, he could turn into a terrifying wild killer at any time. In a way, Andre's use of the terrain and traps to hunt in lonely mountain town was a typical ranger's way of doing things. If he hadn't chosen to become a sorcerer in the end, he would have naturally become a ranger with the accumulation of knowledge and experience. After a few minutes, Ian finally finished reading the content on the map. He quickly rolled it up and put it back in the middle of the table. "Where did you get this map?" he asked in a low voice. "I just snatched it from a marquee at the end of the month's boutique auction," Andre replied with a playful look on his face. When he said snatch, he wasn't referring to the usual bidding. He was really like a bandit who had snatched it. He even beat up Kyrgyzstan, Bryce, while he was at it. He was really arrogant to the extreme. "Oh, looks like you got something good. Judging from the location of the markings, this once glorious wizard tower should be located inside the Whales volcano. Although it's very dangerous, it's not impossible to get close to it. I've been there to catch ash rats before, and I happen to know a path that leads inside." Ian didn't know that there was a hidden meaning in Andre's words. He continued to introduce the surrounding terrain of the wizard tower, his eyes shining with excitement. Unlike most rangers who were indifferent by nature, he seemed to have a special interest in exploring, especially when it came to the possibility that there might be a huge treasure hidden in the Mage Tower. In just a few seconds, the lazy look on his face was replaced by a greedy look. He almost took off his clothes and shouted, "Let's go explore and take all the valuables." Then he turned into a different person. As Orire had experienced the rise and fall of countless civilizations, ancient ruins could often be found. Some people lost their lives because of it, while others became rich because of it. Chapter 344. Just like in the stories of the bards, if you wanted to do something amazing or become rich overnight, then please explore the ruins that have not been discovered yet. Perhaps the treasures inside could give you extraordinary strength and endless wealth. Andre saw through the man's thoughts at a glance. He smiled and waved his hand. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ian Annell. I'm afraid I can't give you the right to share the spoils of this expedition. You should know that this is an ancient wizard tower. Its value cannot be measured by money. Can't share the spoils of war? Oh, damn it. You're such a calculative miser." Ian pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and cursed. Then he immediately asked, "How much are you willing to pay me, then? You should know that this expedition is very dangerous, and I have an unconscious son to feed." "I'll pay a deposit of 2,000 gold coins before we set off. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, the money will belong to you. In addition, if we succeed in entering the Wizard Tower, I'll add an additional 1,000 gold coins. After that, every time we successfully explore a floor, we'll add another 1,000 gold coins. In other words, the better you complete the task, the more you'll receive. How about it? Can you accept it?" Andre calmly stated his conditions. He was very clear about the danger and difficulty of exploring a wizard tower. It was not much worse than the underground ruins that he had entered some time ago. In fact, it was even better in some aspects. Therefore, it was necessary to hire an experienced adventurer. According to the records in some books, the wizard tower was the ultimate test of a wizard's magic skills. The construction method of the wizard tower was completely lost in the earth-shattering war between the gods more than 600 years ago. It was a haven for refuge in times of danger. It was a reliable refuge for wizards to avoid powerful enemies or huge chaotic situations. It was also a laboratory for the creation of magical items, the research of new spells, the exploration of endless space, and the truth of the universe. Finally, it was a vault for storing wealth and treasures. It could be said that a mage tower was a super magical creation that combined many functions such as residence, arcane research, treasury, and so on. It was constantly absorbing magical energy from its surroundings. Even if it was besieged by an army of tens of thousands, it could still deal with it calmly or even repel or destroy the enemy. As a time traveler with a mature mind, Andre did not want to put himself in danger because of insufficient preparation. He needed to assemble a team of experienced adventurers to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations, and an outstanding guide was of utmost importance. Ian whistled happily when he heard that he could earn 2,000 gold coins before he even set off. He laughed and exclaimed, "Wow, what a big deal. It seems that I have no reason to refuse. When do we leave? If you need more help, I can introduce a few to you. I guarantee they're the best adventurers in Linton City." Seeing the other party's impatient look, Andre smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, I need at least 2 to 3 months to prepare. After all, exploring a mage tower is not an easy task. Just the corresponding scrolls alone would require a lot of preparation. Otherwise, we might not even be able to find the entrance. 2 to 3 months? Damn it! Then why are you saying so much now? Boring." Ian pursed his lips dejectedly and got up to leave. Just as he turned around, Andre rapped his finger on the table and suggested, "How about this? I'll hire you as a guard for a period of time. Your salary will be 1,500 gold coins per month, and there will be extra if there are special circumstances. What do you think? 1,500 gold coins per month? Hire me?" Ian was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. His eyes were as wide as light bulbs. Where there were people, there would be classes. Even the professions that were favored by the heavens were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. The highest class was naturally the mages who possessed terrifying power. The second was the priests who were bestowed with divine spells by the gods. The third was the druids, who were known as the children of nature. The warlocks were ranked fourth. All in all, those who had the ability to cast spells were usually ranked at the top, while the melee professionals were all ranked at the bottom. It was as if there was a huge gap that divided all the professionals into 2 camps. Rangers were perhaps great killing machines in the wild, especially as scouts. They could definitely complete many almost impossible reconnaissance missions, and when necessary, they could even transform into terrifying slayers and silently kill a large group of sleeping enemies. However, they had a fatal flaw. Once they left the complex terrain of the wilderness, their battle prowess would drop by more than one level. This was especially true in close combat, where they could not even defeat warriors 1 or 2 levels lower than themselves. Therefore, very few people were willing to pay a high price to hire them as bodyguards. In addition, their preference for long-range weapons was often criticized. After all, in the eyes of most of the upper class, long-range weapons were only used by cowards and despicable people. In addition, due to the limitations of materials and craftsmanship, unless it was a magic crossbow, most bows and arrows were of limited threat to professionals above level 5. It was difficult for them to cause fatal wounds. As a result, it was naturally difficult for the Rangers to gain a high status in the city. Even if they were occasionally needed, they would only be temporarily hired. They were not willing to keep the Rangers like warriors and knights. Otherwise, with Ian Annell's status as a level 9 professional, he would have long been a retainer of a great noble. He would not have to struggle on the edge of death all day long. Andre was very satisfied with the expression on Ian's face at this moment. He smiled and nodded. "That's right. Not only do I intend to hire you at the price of 1,500 gold coins per month, but I also intend to hire you for a long time. Are you interested?" As a person who liked to make detailed plans in advance, he was very clear that in the future, he would very likely have to go to the wilderness to explore ruins and collect the lost skills of the ancient magic civilization. At the same time, he would also have to see the culture and scenery of this vast continent. Therefore, having a ranger by his side would definitely save him a lot of trouble. Therefore, he took the initiative to recruit Ian. Obviously, Ian was very interested in this proposal. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. After a full minute, he smiled bitterly and sighed. "Thank you very much for your kindness, but please allow me to apologize. I have a son who is in a coma, so I can't leave home for too long, and I can't leave the city for too long." "In a coma? Can a priest cure him?" Andre's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Chapter 345. "I can't. Little John has been different since he was born. He always said that he could see things that others couldn't, such as souls. However, this innate talent didn't bring him good luck. Instead, it brought him a terrible disaster. When he was 10 years old, he was suddenly attacked. There were no wounds on his body, and no one knew who the murderer was or what had happened. Since then, my son has been in a coma. The priests have tried many methods, but none of them worked. They could only go to the temple for treatment once a month to prevent his muscles and organs from shrinking due to long-term inactivity. My wife also left this world due to grief." Ian became abnormally agitated at the mention of this matter. His hands clenched into fists, and no one knew whether he was sad or angry. "So," Andre frowned and fell into deep thought. Not long after, his eyes suddenly lit up as he muttered to himself, "Perhaps I can let Tutumanka take a look. As a soul shaman, he's a well-deserved expert and master in this field." A ranger's sense of hearing had always been very sharp. After Ian heard every single word, he instantly became agitated. His whole body trembled as he asked, You know the soul shaman. Tell me where he is." "Don't be so agitated. This soul shaman is now living in the castle in Tue's Valley outside the city. If you're willing to give it a try, you can bring your son to him for a diagnosis." Andre quickly took out a quill, parchment, and ink that he carried with him, and quickly wrote a letter of introduction and handed it to Ian. He really couldn't find any reason not to help a father who loved his son deeply. Thank you. If little John can really wake up, my life is yours." Ian's eyes were filled with tears. Ian's emotions were clearly out of control at this moment. Not only were his eyes red, but his voice was also choked with sobs. It was hard to imagine that he was just a few minutes ago. It seemed that the saying that a father's love was as great as a mountain was not false at all. Although Andre hadn't been a father in his previous life and couldn't understand such heavy love and responsibility, he still patted Ian's shoulder comfortingly. Don't think too much. Go and confirm the situation first. Come to me if you need anything. Thank you very much. Ian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and bowed respectfully. He then turned around and strode towards the door. Looking at his staggering back, Andre couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It seems that parents are equally great no matter which world they are in. They love their children even more than they love themselves." Just as he finished speaking, Blanche, who said he was going out to get the goods, came in from the front door. He was holding a strip wrapped in linen. He quickly came to the table and gently put it down. Then he pretended to be elegant and bowed. "Dear Mr. Magic Eye, your goods are here. Please check them. I have to say, as a black market merchant, your supply speed is really not slow. I just don't know the quality." Andre teased casually as he lifted the linen cloth. Soon he saw a pale bone that emitted faint energy waves. It was about a foot long and couldn't be held in one hand. It should be the front or back leg of some large magic beast. Perhaps seeing the satisfied expression on Andre's face, Blanche gathered his courage and asked, "How is it? The quality of my goods isn't bad, right? The size is just right, but the magical energy stored is a little lacking. I reckon this magic beast wasn't even an adult when it was killed, but as a supplementary material, it's passable. The deal is done. The things on the table are now yours." Having said that, Andre got up and waved at the bartender, shouting, "Help me carry that little fella on the bar counter. Also, pack up those ash rats above us." "As you wish, esteemed Mr. Mage." Hearing that he could finally get rid of those calamities that were emitting black smoke, the bartender was so happy that he almost jumped up. Everything was done in just a few minutes. Before he left, he even gave a pair of gloves made of thick cotton cloth to carry the iron cage that had been scalded red by the terrible heat of the ash rats. Only the curious kitten lay on Lin Lee's shoulder with a look of satisfaction after eating its fill of yogurt. It was as quiet as a docile house cat. Few people would be able to recognize it as the terrifying hunter in the swamp. It had to be said that carrying a cage of ash rats on the street was indeed a very eye-catching thing. The number of people who turned their heads was 200%. There were many curious children following behind and pointing at them, which made Andre feel very annoyed. Of course, what made him feel even more annoyed was the expressions of the patrolling soldiers. Their eyes were filled with fear and disgust. There was even a passing knight who came forward to ask if they needed an escort. It was as if the cage did not contain rats, but a box of powerful explosives or biological weapons. Fortunately, the experience of 2 lifetimes had given Andre an impenetrable face. Thus, he suppressed the strong sense of shame and anger and returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, the old butler came forward and bowed politely. He greeted meticulously, "Welcome back, Your Excellency." "Thank you, Borg. Did anything happen while I was away?" Andre asked casually as he handed the cloak he was wearing to the butler. "Nothing major. Miss Chloe, Miss Beverly, and Miss Eunice have returned safely a few hours ago. They are now gathered in the room on the 2nd floor and chatting. Also, just 40 minutes ago, the Church of the Goddess of Dawn sent a temple knight to ask you to go there as soon as possible. He said that there is a part of the mission reward that you need to receive personally." The old butler lowered his voice and explained everything. Hearing that the Church of the Goddess of Dawn came to find him, Andrei smiled and shook his head. He still remembered that he was provoked by the old lich and lost control of his emotions and had a little conflict with the two heavenly creatures who were guarding the ruins. He did not expect that the other party did not hold a grudge, and instead took the initiative to ask about the mission reward. It seemed that the people in the lawful good camp were quite principled when doing things. They would not turn hostile just because of some unpleasantness. Thinking of this, Andrei said to the butler behind him, "Okay, I got it. Give this kitten to Chloe and Beverly. I am going to make a magic item now, so I must not be disturbed. If anyone comes to visit during this time, no matter who they are, turn them down first." "As you wish." Bord bowed again and hung a pair of gloves on the shelf. He stood there and watched Andrei go up the stairs. Chapter 346. A magic wand, as the name suggested, was a special process used to store magic in a magic wand. When needed, it could be released in one breath. As it was very powerful, and the requirements for the user were not strict, it was equivalent to a strategic weapon in this world. Of course, it was not that easy to make a magic wand, not to mention the complex magic array that needed to be inlaid on the surface. Just the expensive materials were enough to make many mages flinch. In fact, due to the limitations of the materials, the magic wand on Aurier could only store up to level 4 arcane spells. If one wanted to store level 4 and above magic in a magic wand, one would have to explore the vast and boundless universe through interplanar teleportation to find the legendary items that could withstand a huge amount of magic energy. However, since the God of Gods strengthened the protection of the entire world, ordinary interplanar teleportation spells could no longer tear open a passage. Only by relying on the ancient teleportation portals scattered around the world could one barely go to other planes. Hence, a level 4 magic wand was the highest level that Aurier could achieve. The fireball wand that Andrei wanted to make now was a level 3 magic wand. The difficulty was not small at all. Just the preliminary preparation work was enough to make one collapse, not to mention the casting of the spell in the later stage. It was estimated that it would take at least a day to complete. Ever since he came to the study on the second floor, he had cut the core of the lava tree into 3 sections and started trimming, carving, polishing, oiling, waxing, and finally smearing the inner side of the magic lines with the blood of the ash rats. The whole process lasted for more than 3 hours, and it was already dusk when the process was completed. In fact, according to the original plan, Andrei wanted to use his own blood to make the magic wand. However, considering the problem of the concentration of his blood, he was sure that his affinity for fire was not as high as that of a magic beast that was emitting black smoke and high temperature, so he made a prompt decision to change it. Anyway, the vitality of these little things was quite tenacious. Even if they were on their last breath, if thrown into a place with a fire, they would be as good as new in a minute. They were simply inexhaustible mobile blood banks. Looking at the 3 semi-finished products that were about 35 centimeters long on the table, a smile appeared on Andrei's face. He muttered to himself, "The body of the magic wand itself is done. Next, I should deal with the bones. I have to cut 3 sections to make the head of the magic wand. The rest will be ground into bone powder and mixed with diamond powder for the final ritual. Let's do it." He directly picked up the hammer that he had already prepared, aimed at the bone, and smashed it down. After a series of banging sounds, the thick bone that was more than a foot long turned into a pile of debris. From the middle, he picked out 3 larger pieces and polished them. The rest were thrown into the iron can and repeatedly crushed until all of them turned into powder. He carefully fixed the 3 polished bones onto the top of the wooden staff, and then inserted 2 nail-sized rubies into the 2 sides of the bones. With this, all the basic steps of the staff were completed. The next step was the final and most important step, which was to cast the spell. The materials used determined the upper limit of the spells stored in the wand, while the level of the caster determined the destructive power of the spells. In fact, it wasn't just magic wands. It was the same for magic potions, items, and scrolls. The higher the level of the mage, the more powerful the item would be. It was said that this was directly related to the amount of magic energy injected into the item. Based on Andre's strength as a grade 8 mage, the damage of the fireballs he shot out from the wand would fluctuate between 8 and 48. Normally, extreme numbers like the maximum and the minimum would rarely appear, and the average result would usually be around 35. What did 35 damage mean? To give a simple example, ordinary civilians rarely had more than 5 HP. Soldiers were slightly better, around 10 HP. A grade. One warrior would at most have 18 HP, and a feudal knight, who had 5 warrior levels and 1 advanced level, most of the time would only have slightly more than 70 HP. In other words, a single fireball could roast 5 to 15 elite soldiers into meat. 2 fireballs could make a feudal knight lie on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for those defenseless civilians, as long as he wanted to, he could kill them to his heart's content. Even if there were more than 100,000 or 1,000,000 of them, it would be useless. As the level of the caster increased, the advantage of the caster became more and more obvious. If the melee classes did not have a set of powerful magic equipment, they would not even have the qualifications to fight. They would be unable to live or die under the powerful arcane spells. And even worse, they could be controlled by the enchantment spells and become slaves under the control of the enemy. Full of excitement, Andre quickly placed the 3 magic wands that he had just made on the shelf. He raised a portion of the wands that were mixed with the blood of the ash rats, the diamond dust, and the ashes of the magical beasts above his head. Facing the bright moonlight, he loudly chanted a spell that was filled with magic power. Alan, Tim, Salakafis, accompanied by a strong resonance of energy, the contents of the iron can quickly boiled, making a gurgling sound. Then it slowly floated into the air, forming a strange whirlpool. At the same time, the whole room was enveloped in a layer of dark red light. The temperature in the vicinity rose rapidly, and in just a few seconds, it reached a temperature that was unbearable for humans. Even the guards patrolling the front yard felt that something was wrong. They all widened their eyes, looking at the strong magic light that leaked out from the window of the study on the 2nd floor. Oh, my God, what is that? Could it be that Sir Andre is doing some terrifying magic experiment? A high-ranking maid clutched her chest, asking in horror. Another thick-skinned girl shrugged her shoulders indifferently. All right, don't worry about it so much. Anyway, it's fine as long as he doesn't blow this house up into the sky. Let's go. We still have to send these bed sheets and clothes to the laundry. The sooner we send them, the sooner we can rest. Just as she finished speaking, the light in the study on the 2nd floor shone brightly. The next second, asterisk boom. Asterisk, a deafening sound reverberated in the night sky of Linton City. The terrifying explosion directly shattered the windows, and all the glass was turned into slag. Bright and hot flames spewed out more than 2 meters high, only disappearing after fully releasing all the energy. Ah! The frightened maids let out ear-piercing screams, and the guards were frantically trying to maintain order. The old butler Borg did not care about his manners, and hurriedly rushed to the door of the study on the 2nd floor, knocking hard on the door. Chapter 347. Bang, bang, bang. Please answer me. Your Excellency. Are you all right? After a short moment of silence, there was a sudden clatter in the room, followed by a weak voice. Don't worry, I'm fine. There was a small accident just now, and I need to clean up before I can leave. Hearing this, Borg instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand at the guards who were about to break in, and then stood respectfully at the door, quietly waiting for the door to open. In his opinion, as long as Andrei was fine, it didn't matter if a mere study was destroyed. After all, there weren't any important books in there, and most of them were just poems and stories for entertainment. At worst, he could just buy some more, and it wouldn't cost him much money. Tui, Tui. Andrei, who had struggled to get up from the ground, spat out the cigarette ash in his mouth, and smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself, "What a terrifying power! If I'd known it would cause the fire elemental energy to go berserk, I would have cast the 3 magic wands separately. Then I wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The violent explosion just now was actually due to the large amount of magical energy being too concentrated when he was casting the spell, coupled with the fact that he didn't prepare a protective spell in advance. The moment the arcane spell was injected into the magic wands, the huge collision of energy formed a high-temperature shockwave that swept across the entire room, and the result was the miserable state in front of him. Fortunately, he now had a fire elemental bloodline, and his magic robe also had a very strong fire resistance. Other than being sent flying by the shockwave, he didn't suffer any burns. Even his hair and eyebrows were not missing. Glancing at the scorched floor, Andrei quickly found the 3 magic wands in the corner. He quickly picked them up and carefully examined them. After a while, he excitedly waved his fist in the air. "Awesome! The best magic wand has an upper limit of 50 shots, the worst one has 35 shots, and the middle one has 40 shots. A total of 3,900, 2,700 EXP. In the future, I won't have to worry about being besieged by a large number of enemies." Of course, it was still a little early to be happy. Only one of the 3 fireball wands had been stored, and the rest needed to be slowly recharged with spell slots. Initial estimates were that it would take at least a month or so to be completely recharged. But even so, he was still very excited. After all, he had another unknown trump card that could deal a devastating blow to the enemy in a conflict. At the same time, he no longer had to fear the army of monsters that Loretta Botons hid in the border forest. There were not many troops in Orire that could maintain their fighting spirit under the continuous bombardment of fireballs. At least, the monsters that liked to win by numbers could not do so. After carefully placing the 3 wands at his waist, Andrei cast a level 0 arcane spell to clean off the black dust on his body. He took a deep breath and gently opened the door. Seeing that the main character had finally appeared, the old butler hurriedly placed one hand on his chest and bowed deeply. "It's great to see you safe and sound. You have to know that the explosion just now scared all of us out of our wits. We were all afraid that there would be an accident. Thank you for your concern, Borg. I promise it won't happen again. Oh, by the way, I haven't had dinner yet. Help me get something to eat," Andrei said as he walked downstairs, leaving the completely destroyed study to the servants to slowly clean up. Perhaps it was just like the saying that it was very difficult to go from being extravagant to being frugal, but it was enough to go from frugal to extravagant in an instant. He was getting more and more used to the feeling of being served, especially when no matter what he wanted, the courteous old butler behind him would prepare it at the fastest speed. That feeling was simply wonderful. "Of course, sir, I've already asked the kitchen to reserve some food, and it will be served to you immediately." As he said that, Borg quickly gestured to the servants who were waiting by the side to start cleaning up the room. He himself followed behind Andrei, and in a short while, a sumptuous meal was served on the table. "Dear, I heard that you just blew up the study. How are you? Are you hurt?" Just when Andrei was halfway through his meal, Chloe suddenly rushed in from the door with a concerned look on her face. She was practicing playing the harp in the backyard, so she didn't see the shocking scene at the moment of the explosion. Andrei swallowed the food in his mouth and spread out his hands with a smile. "What? Do I look like I'm hurt?" "Don't worry. It's just an insignificant accident. Similar situations often occur in magic research and learning. You have to learn to get used to it." "Learn? Get used to it?" Chloe's eyes widened in surprise, and her little mouth opened slightly with an expression of disbelief. "Of course. The more profound the arcana and knowledge is, the more it needs to be tested repeatedly. Otherwise, what do you think the Tower of the Association of Sorcerers is made of powerful anti-magic materials to do? That's where dangerous experiments are conducted, or the testing of the power of high-level spells. It's said that some spells that fail can even raise an area of several kilometers around to the ground." Andre continued to eat while pretending to be serious to frighten the naive and cute noble girl. At the same time, he secretly admired her cute expression. He felt that it was very interesting. In fact, most spells were not that powerful. Generally speaking, only spells of level 7 and above needed to be used. The explosion could raise an area of several kilometers around to the ground. Apart from legendary spells, only some large-scale magic rituals could do that. However, Chloe obviously didn't understand this point. Her whole body was petrified. Just when she was digesting the information, Beverly also ran in from the front door. She was panting and shouting, "Tutor! Tutor!" Seeing that the little girl was out of breath, Andre smiled and shook his head to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'm fine. You'd better slow down your breathing first. As a sorcerer, you can't be so flustered." I'm sorry." The girl blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. She was no different from a child who was scolded by an adult after making a mistake. "Meow?" The young swamp-hunting cat walked out from behind her and meowed softly, as if to show its existence. Then it jumped directly onto the table and secretly took a piece of cheese to gnaw on. "Damn it! How dare you come to the table?" Seeing the little kitten's unscrupulous behavior, the old butler's blood pressure instantly rose. He raised his hand and was about to grab it and teach it a lesson so that it would know what the rules were and what the table manners were. Chapter 348. However, Borg obviously didn't know that this cat wasn't ordinary. Even though it was far from being an adult, it wasn't something an ordinary person could easily handle. All of a sudden, it opened its mouth and spat out a syllable. A ball of faint light instantly enveloped and outlined the old butler's body. His entire body emitted a candlelight glow, looking unusually enchanting and strange. No one could remain calm in such a situation. Not even Borg, who had undergone strict housekeeping training, was an exception. He first looked at the changes on his body in shock, and then immediately shouted in panic, My God, what kind of evil spell was cast on me?" "Don't worry. These flames don't have any lethality. It's just a visual effect called demonic fire. It can be used to lock onto hidden targets. Also, I advise you to ignore that little guy. It's a magical beast," Andre explained helplessly. This was why he didn't like cats. They were capricious, spoiled, and would turn hostile at the slightest displeasure. Perhaps only those who were particularly tolerant could tolerate a pet treating them this way. In Andre's opinion, animals like cats shouldn't be defined as pets. They were too smart, too independent, and too self-willed. They shouldn't be kept in captivity. They should be returned to nature like leopards and tigers. Only in a free environment could such animals fully release the wildness in their hearts. But forget about the swamp-hunting cat. Once this guy returned to nature, it was guaranteed that within a few months, it would become a terrifying jungle killer. Who knew how many passers-by and travelers would die under its sharp claws? All right, so it's a magical beast. I hope it doesn't cause too much trouble. Although Borg was a little unwilling, he still gave up on the plan to continue teaching the kitten a lesson. He silently walked behind Chloe and pulled out a chair for her. Just as the atmosphere in the dining hall became more and more oppressive, a fully armed Eunice rushed in from the front door and sat opposite Andre. She tore off a drumstick and stuffed it into her mouth. As she ate, she complained, "Every time I close my eyes, I have to do high-intensity exercise. It's so annoying. Every time I close my eyes, all I can think about is food." At this moment, her entire body was soaked in sweat. It was obvious that she had just finished a strenuous exercise. If not for the armor, her beautiful, translucent figure would definitely be exposed. Andre pursed his lips and pushed a bowl of vegetable soup to the half-demon. "Don't eat greasy things in the middle of the night. Drink a bowl of vegetable soup and eat some fruit, or it won't be good for your stomach." Eunice shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't worry, I'm a demonkin warrior now. I've long since left the realm of mortals. Even eating raw, bloody meat won't be a problem. By the way, when I was communicating in the courtyard, I noticed a lot of sneaky guys loitering around the house. Should I take advantage of the moonlight to get rid of them?" After saying that, her eyes flashed with a devilish light. She stuck out her tongue and licked her seductive red lips. Her whole body emitted a chilling aura. Ever since she had obtained the king's blood sword, this Teflon had always wanted to find a few unlucky people to test its power. The vampiric attribute on the sword was especially attractive to her. "How many?" Andre asked without raising his head. Hearing that there were spies around the house, he didn't find it strange at all. After all, he had caused a ruckus at the auction house in the afternoon and offended many pro-war nobles. It would be scary if the spies didn't do anything. About 6 or 7. Judging from their movements, they shouldn't be in the same group. Eunice gave an answer after thinking for a while. "Humph, pretentious. As long as these guys don't cross the courtyard walls, we don't need to pay them any attention." Andre sneered and directly gave the order. It was obvious that the spies were only probing the situation and weren't worth paying too much attention to. In any case, there was nothing worth hiding in this house, so there was no point in looking. Eunice nodded with some regret. "All right, I really hope some of them are brave enough to jump over the courtyard walls and let me enjoy them. Control your emotions. Even if these spies cross the courtyard walls, try to capture them alive. They are still useful for the time being, so they can't die so easily." Andre, who had seen a half-demon whip and torture a captive, knew very well what she meant by enjoy. Let alone ordinary people, even professionals would have a mental breakdown in less than 15 minutes under that kind of bloody interrogation. Although it was very satisfying to get rid of the spies, the trouble that followed was not small. Not to mention whether the spies in the city would continue to take more covert measures. Just the fact that they killed people without restraint in the city was enough to attract a lot of trouble. Moreover, Andre planned to use these spies to spread some false information, so it was wise to act cautiously. After all, many things in the world were quite complicated. If he acted too quickly, the consequences would be very serious. Dinner time quickly passed by as they ate and chatted, following which Andre went to the bathroom to take a comfortable hot bath before dragging his tired body back to the room. Hugging Chloe, who was becoming more and more feminine, he fell asleep. Today had been too exciting for him. First, the mastermind behind the scenes had surfaced. Then, he had fallen out with the pro-war nobles. Finally, he had even teamed up with Bear and Hound to cause trouble in the auction house. One had to know that going through any one of these things would be very tiring, but Andre had it easy. The complicated situation and powerful enemies made his brain overload. In addition, he didn't sleep much for the past few days, so not long after he laid down, he started snoring. Chloe, who was expecting something to happen, completely gave up. In the next few days, Andre's life returned to normal. He taught the apprentices every day and went to the church to retrieve his reward and the mithril scimitar. He also took time to make hero potions and genius potions. He didn't care about the trade war that was intensely preparing outside. Ever since the city council passed the resolution, the whole of Lincoln City fell into a state of hysteria. All kinds of weapons, armor, military equipment, navigation materials, and so on were bought by the Navy in large quantities. Even the fleets of the nobles and civilians were prepared to join in the legal robbery. Chapter 349. The large-scale purchases had greatly stimulated the city's economy. Many workshops were operating at full capacity, producing goods day and night. The originally turbulent social environment had returned to normal under the stimulation of money and profits. It was as if the previous tension had never existed. However, none of this had anything to do with Andre. He only sighed at the cunning of the dukes, as well as their control over human greed. Through a simple economic lever, they easily regained control of the situation. Furthermore, she didn't come back by herself. Instead, she brought back a fleet full of white salt. As soon as they docked, it caused a huge commotion. Countless citizens were watching as barrels of salt, which were worth as much as silver, were being transported down. The merchants tried their best to ask around, wanting to get a share of the profits. Perhaps modern people couldn't imagine what a large amount of salt meant in this extremely backward world, but Andre knew that a feast of his own was about to arrive. Salt was one of the essential substances for the human body. At the same time, it was an essential condiment to enhance the taste of food. The more technologically backward a world was, the more unbelievable its price and status were. Think about it. In an era without refrigerators and industrial preservatives, how could people store fish, meat, and eggs for long periods of time? The answer was simple. Pickling with salt. Making bacon required salt. Making sausages required salt. Making ham required salt. Making salted eggs required salt. Making dried fish required salt. And even making dairy products required salt. From a certain perspective, salt was the only raw material that could be used to store food on the Oleo continent. Every household consumed a large amount of it, especially in areas that were involved in animal husbandry and meat processing. The consumption was simply astronomical. Just ask any child over the age of 6 on the street, and they would know that any merchant that could deal in salt was a genuine tycoon. As an indispensable necessity, the consumption of table salt was extremely shocking. The market had never been saturated. To be exact, it had not even been filled by a third of the market. Just thinking about the huge benefits it contained would make people tremble and fearful. In fact, before the widespread use of seawater to dry salt, the main source of table salt was natural salt mines or salt lakes. Except for a few salt lakes that could produce relatively pure salt, most of it carried a lot of impurities, and the production was far from keeping up with the demand. In addition to the bad traffic conditions, transportation was difficult, and the price naturally rose. After receiving the news that Countess Anasta had returned to the city with the fleet, Andre immediately put down his work and went straight to the port with his men. Soon, he saw the spectacular scene of cargo being unloaded in the dock area. A large number of sailors and temporary laborers were carefully moving the salt in wooden barrels to the shore like ants. Some of the barrels had been pried open, revealing the white salt inside, which caused a lot of discussion among the onlookers. Gods above! This time, the Mariel family was really going to rise. Look at this salt. As long as we resell it, we can make at least double the profit. Damn it, they're really lucky. If only I could have a trade route like this. Idiots! A gold mine like this that can bring in endless profits would be classified as top secret by any family. They wouldn't even let outsiders know about it. That's right. Instead of thinking about it, it's better to think about how to participate in this feast. Even four dukes working together might not be able to finish this much salt. Right. We have to think of a way to get a share. In an instant, the docks became even livelier than the bustling market. Large and small merchant guilds sent out people to gather information, and some of the more important ones even sent out invitations, hoping to meet with the owner of the salt and see if there was any possibility of cooperation. Although Lincoln City was a coastal city, its salt production was pitifully low. It basically relied on imports from other cities. Now that they suddenly saw so much salt piled up on the docks, they couldn't help but become excited. However, they didn't know that this was only the beginning. Perhaps in a year or 3 to 5 years, it wouldn't take long for the salt to become a foundation and slowly erode the other cities of the Green Sea Alliance. In the end, it would completely transform into a colossus that controlled the lifelines of countless cities. In this world where productivity was relatively low, monopolizing a few key industries would allow one to secretly control a country. These industries were mining and metal smelting, forging, food trade, and salt trade. There was no need to elaborate on the first one. From weapons, armor, to iron pots, needles, and farming tools, if they were to leave these things, humans would immediately degenerate back to a primitive society. The second was also needless to say. Food was the most important thing in the world, and humans in a state of hunger were more terrifying than any beast. This had been proven many times in the long river of history. As for the last point, while it sounded a little inconceivable, it was easy to understand the logic behind it. As everyone knew, salt was a trace element that the human body had to absorb. It had many effects, including affecting the flow of fluids in the body, adjusting the balance between acid and base and electrolytes, helping the stomach to produce gastric acid, and so on. It could be said that humans simply couldn't live without salt for long periods of time. Otherwise, their bodies would start to swell within 2 months, and they would begin to suffer from indigestion within 5 months. In less than a year, they would become a corpse. In addition to these, even if it was to ensure sufficient physical strength, it was best for people to consume enough salt every day. Otherwise, within a few days, there would be symptoms such as loss of appetite, weakness in limbs, dizziness, and so on. In serious cases, there would be anorexia, nausea, vomiting, increased heart rate, weak pulse, muscle spasms, blurred vision, and decreased reflexes. The consequences of not eating salt were so severe. Imagine if a city or a country had its salt supply forcibly cut off. What would the scene be like? Perhaps 1 or 2 months might be able to barely hold on, but in less than half a year, the entire country would completely lose the ability to resist, allowing the enemy to destroy and plunder its land without any means of organizing an effective counterattack. Chapter 350. What Andrei wanted to do was to grasp this powerful economic weapon in his hands and work closely with the Mariel family to become the mastermind behind the scenes of this region of the sea, the true uncrowned king. Perhaps it was because the Mariel family's crest was too eye-catching, or perhaps it was because Lady Anastasia was particularly fond of it, but as soon as they jumped down from the carriage, she immediately ran over to Andrei with a face full of excitement. She opened her arms and gave Andrei a warm hug, exclaiming excitedly, "We did it! We really did it! I believe that in a few years, this city will welcome its 5th duke. No, my dear lady, this city will only have a duke and a duchess in the end." Andrei lowered his voice and whispered into her ear. As a mage who walked on the path of magic, he did not have much time to spend on boring politics and making money. Only powerful arcane magic was his life's pursuit. As for power and money, they were just byproducts. It would be a waste to get too involved in them. It would be better to support a trustworthy person to take the lead. It was clear that from the moment the marriage was decided, the Mariel family was already inseparable from Andrei. As long as he did not take the initiative to do anything excessive, This alliance of huge benefits and kinship was unbreakable. Thus, letting Chloe's aunt become the nominal ruler of Linton City was naturally the best choice. Duchess Anasta, the Countess of Westsya, was obviously taken aback by this proposal. She hurriedly looked around, and after confirming that no one else had heard the child, she hurriedly said, "Shoo, don't talk about this in public. We'll talk about it when we get home." She was not stupid at all and immediately understood the meaning of this sentence. However, to become the ruler of a city, even in name, was still a great temptation for a female noble. Thus, she did not reject immediately, and instead wanted to listen to the plan first. If the success rate was high, she did not mind giving it her all. After all, she could just run away if she failed. She would leave the city and find another place to make a comeback. Since she succeeded in drying the salt she had been dreaming of in the sea, Lady Anastasia had become much bolder. As long as she still had the secret of this technology, she would have an endless supply of gold coins. She would never be afraid of failure. Andre chuckled and nodded. Of course. You may not know, but several major events have happened in Linton City these days. The current situation is so complicated that even I feel a slight headache. This is the best time to rise. After saying that, he politely kissed her on the cheek, turned around, and stepped aside, leaving the seat for the person behind him. "Aunt, I missed you so much." Chloe, who had never been good at hiding her feelings, walked over and threw herself into the arms of her family. "Hee, I miss you too, my dear baby. Come, let me see if you've gained weight or lost weight recently." With that, Lady Anastasia kissed her niece's forehead deeply and began to look at her body, as if she had to find some changes. However, the young, noble girl was no longer the same as before. After 2 months of training, some parts of her body had begun to become more prominent. Although it was not particularly obvious, she had completely bid farewell to the word weak, especially her 2 eyes that revealed a sharp gaze from time to time, like a young female leopard. In a flash, she would pull out the rapier at her waist and poke a few holes in the enemy's body. It didn't take Lady Anasta a few minutes to discover the situation. She asked in surprise, "Oh my God, Chloe, when did you become so strong? And your strength has increased a lot." "Hee, Aunt, I'm not an ordinary noble girl now. I'm a trainee bard, an adventurer. A few days ago, Andre took me to explore the ancient ruins with the priests of the Goddess of Divine Light Church. In the end, we killed an evil shadow sorcerer." Chloe finally got the chance to proudly talk about her glorious achievements. Inadvertently, her whole body revealed happiness, sunshine, and confidence, which was completely different from the weak, noble girl's. The head of the guard, Andre, who had been following behind the lady, stepped forward and smiled helplessly at Andre. "Sir, I have to say that you are really an incredible person, although I had expected that Miss Chloe would have such a day by your side sooner or later. Who would have thought that in just 2 months you would have trained her to become a different person? Haha, isn't that good? You know, although a bard is not as pure as a sorcerer, priest, druid, or warlock, they are still arcane users. They are a great help to any noble family." Andre laughed and teased in a half-joking tone. He knew that the warrior in front of him might not have a high professional level, but he had a lot of knowledge and experience, so he didn't have the slightest intention of looking down on him. Knowledge was incomparably precious at any time and place. He was willing to show respect to anyone who stored a lot of knowledge, even if the other party was just a beggar. "It's good, but don't you think that this is a little too dangerous for Miss Chloe? She is not like you, who has a brain full of infinite wisdom and is easily deceived by lies. Who knows when she will become the target of the enemy?" Anthony explained with a wry smile. It was already a headache, when he was responsible for protecting his lady who had no power. Now that this lady had supernatural powers, he had an even bigger headache. Chloe was not a good girl. Although she was like a docile and harmless little animal in front of Andre, in the eyes of the guards and servants, she was a huge trouble. Not only was she willful, stubborn, but she was also stubborn. Once she had decided on something, even 10 cows couldn't change her mind. When she didn't have the power of a spellcaster, the guards could barely restrict her range of action. But now it was all over. Anthony was very clear about the main function of a bard. To put it bluntly, they were spies, and the elites of the spies. Not only were they good at deceiving, performing, and confusing the enemy, but they were also proficient in sneaking, picking locks, and stealing. If such a guy became the target of his protection, how miserable would he end up? In less than a month, all of his brain cells would die. Chapter 351. Andre was amused by the look of bitterness in the man's eyes. Who would have thought that such a tough guy could make such an expression? He laughed and patted the man's shoulder. "Don't worry, I've already found someone to protect Chloe. Look," he pointed at Eunice, who was wearing a dark red half-body armor and a gothic helmet of the same color. This half-demon was no longer the half-baked half-demon she used to be. Through the stimulation of the power in her bloodline and the strict training, she had completely trained herself into a warrior with superb martial arts skills. Coupled with her physique that was far beyond that of humans, she would have no problem facing a knight charging at her at high speed. Although she didn't seem to have the exaggerated muscles of most high-ranked warriors, her strength weren't inferior to anyone. Warrior Taflin, Anthony was indeed an experienced and knowledgeable person. He saw the tail that flickered with cold light at a glance and deduced Eunice's current profession. Andre nodded lightly. "That's right. To be precise, she's a demonkin warrior. She's much stronger than you, and as a woman, you can follow her around 24/7. You don't have to avoid her under any circumstances. Of course, Chloe doesn't need too many people to protect her now. Do you see the rapier at her waist? I guarantee that if she suddenly attacks, you won't even have the chance to draw your weapon within 30 breaths." He knew Chloe's weakness better than anyone else, and that was her serious lack of vigilance. No matter who she was too friendly to everyone. That was why he wanted to let Eunice, who had seen the darkest side of human nature, train her properly. For someone who aspired to become an adventurer, doubt was a virtue. It was also one of the skills that allowed one to live longer. If Chloe really wanted to develop in this area, she had to throw away her naive and muddle-headed personality and become shrewd bit by bit. This was how the world worked. If you wanted to achieve something, you had to pay a certain price. As an adventurer, you had to learn how to disguise yourself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before you were swallowed up by the cruel environment. Don't think that all adventurers are good people. Most of them are audacious and even lawless. They may not take the initiative to cause trouble within the city limits, but as soon as they enter the wilderness, they will immediately take a 180-degree turn and rob one or two merchant caravans that do not have enough guards is not a problem at all. While the two of them were talking, a carriage with a golden pterodactyl family emblem sped towards the dock. The onlookers quickly moved out of the way when they saw it. They then took off their hats and bent down with one hand on their chest. The two carriages belonged to the most powerful duke in Linton City, Georgie Bridle. Seeing this scene, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He lowered his voice and muttered to himself, "Ha ha, finally a big shot has arrived. Next, it should be time for the meat show." Lady Anastasia's ears were very sharp. She heard every word clearly, and a trace of playfulness appeared on her beautiful face. "Georgie is the largest salt supplier in the city under our feet. Now that we've got so much salt, he'll have wasted his time as a duke if he doesn't show up. Don't worry. As long as we ensure that the bridal family's interests are not harmed and give him some benefits, he won't become our enemy. In fact, he'll be a great help to us. I'm not interested in private deals between nobles, so I'll leave it to you. Oh, by the way, while you're away, I've reached an agreement with the conservatives led by Count George Mantell. I've agreed to let them sell a portion of the salt. Andre took advantage of the fact that the Duke had yet to alight from the carriage and quietly told the Countess everything to prevent any unnecessary mistakes. Cooperation between nobles was completely different from business deals between merchants. As long as the latter didn't put the contract on paper, they could turn hostile at any time. The former, on the other hand, was more like an ancient covenant. Once a promise was made, it had to be fulfilled even if it meant going bankrupt. Otherwise, they would become the enemy of the entire class. Even if they were lucky enough to succeed in the end, they would be punished one day. Rules were always mutual. You followed the rules, I followed the rules, and everyone followed the rules. This was because it guaranteed the interests of the entire noble class. Anyone who wanted to destroy it would face a bloody purge. As a transmigrator, Andre understood that these rules restricted the development of people's thoughts and productivity. However, he didn't intend to break them. He even wanted to take the initiative to protect them. As the saying goes, one's ass determines one's head. It means that when a person at the bottom of society joins a vested interest group and enjoys great benefits, he will automatically throw away all his previous dissatisfaction and complaints and make a 180-degree change in his thinking. Similarly, when a person was pushed out of the upper class, his thinking would also undergo a huge change. He would go from being a supporter to an opponent because he couldn't continue to enjoy more benefits. Obviously, Andre was now a complete beneficiary of feudalism. Not only did he have a large piece of land and special privileges, but he was also slowly being accepted by the old nobles. With such great benefits to live on, he was no longer the penniless villager of lonely mountain town. Conservatives? Count George Mantell? You're really fast, Ansia said in a low voice. She immediately put on a smile and bowed slightly to the Duke, who was walking towards her. My dear Georgie, I didn't expect you to come as soon as I came ashore. How is it? The quality of the salt I brought over isn't bad, right? Not only is it not bad, my jaw is about to drop. Georgie Bridle smiled and took 2 steps forward to kiss the back of the Countess' hand. He then grabbed a handful of slightly yellow crystals in the wooden bucket, his eyes shining with a strange light. The few barrels of salt that were placed outside were all coarse salt that had just been dried under the sun. They hadn't been purified at all. At most, the sand on the surface would be washed with seawater. But in the Oleal continent, this was already considered a salt with relatively few impurities, so it instantly attracted the Duke's interest. He picked up a small piece and placed it in his mouth, licking it. He couldn't help but nod and praise. Top-grade salt. It's only slightly inferior to the salt produced by Rhine City's Salt Lake. It seems like you've really obtained a trade route that allows you to purchase large amounts of table salt. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with so many goods? Chapter 352. Anastasia didn't care about this level of probing at all. She blinked her eyes playfully and asked, "What else can I do? Of course, I'll sell it to the nobles of Linton City. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? You should know that I have even better refined salt." After saying this, she directly waved to the guards behind her. Not long after, 2 tax collectors brought over a completely sealed wooden barrel. Anthony didn't say anything else. He immediately drew his long sword and stabbed a hole in the top of the barrel, instantly revealing the fine white salt inside. This was the salt that Anastasia had filtered and purified according to Andre's method. On the surface, It looked very similar to the sea salt sold in supermarkets. However, due to the limitations of the craftsmanship and conditions, there was no way it could be produced on a large scale. Thus, she was prepared to go for the high-end route. She was taking it out now to impress the most powerful duke in Linton City. My God, this is the cleanest and most delicious salt I've ever seen in my life. Where did you get them? Georgie's eyes lit up after he licked a little of them. As a qualified noble, he realized in a short moment how much profit such high-quality table salt would bring. It might even lead to a trend, just like the silk, tea leaves, tobacco, and so on that were shipped back from overseas. One shouldn't underestimate the spending power of nobles and their competitive nature. As long as one of them took the lead, the others would rush to follow suit. Anyone who didn't use the finest refined salt would be seen as a pauper or a country bumpkin. To the nobles, using the best quality goods, as much as possible, was a display of their strength. At the same time, it was also an act of showing off. Otherwise, how could they show off the nobility of their noble bloodline? How could they just rely on their mouths? It was obvious that the nobles had chosen to package themselves in all aspects, from clothing, food, housing, transportation, etiquette, culture, and knowledge. They would definitely not mistreat their mouths when it came to food. Duke Georgie could already imagine how big of a commotion this fine salt would cause once it was released to the market. When that time came, even the refined salt produced by Rhine City's Salt Lake would slowly be squeezed out of the high-end market. In his opinion, these fine white grains weren't salt at all. They were buckets of gold. If he could get his hands on them, it wouldn't take long for his family's strength to rise to another level. Seeing the greed in the Duke's eyes, Lady Anastasia's lips curled up slightly. She reached out a finger and gently stroked the beard on the Duke's chin. "Oh, my dear Georgie, it's not the behavior of a gentleman to pry into other people's family secrets. Besides, I've finally found a trade route to make a fortune. You're not thinking of swallowing me whole, are you?" she replied in a half-joking tone. "Ha ha ha. Of course not. Even if I had to fight with the other 3 dukes, I wouldn't covet the wealth of a beautiful lady. I'm just curious about where can produce so much high-quality salt. You know how curious I am." Georgie Bridle, whose thoughts had been exposed, did not panic at all. He laughed heartily and brushed the matter aside. He knew very well that he might be able to swallow this mature and beautiful duchess, but he wouldn't be able to swallow the entire Mariel family. He quickly gave up on the idea of using force. After all, as someone who stood at the top of the noble system in Lincoln City, he didn't want to ruin his family's reputation for money. Otherwise, he might be able to gain some temporary benefits, but he would have fewer and fewer allies in the future. It wouldn't be worth it at all. Anastasia let out a sigh of relief when she noticed the greed in Georgie's eyes slowly disappearing. She pointed at the wooden barrels behind her and said seriously, "Georgie, you know I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll tell you the truth now. I'm going to reserve 30% of the salt for you and 50% of the refined salt. I promise you that there won't be a second person competing with you in this city. As for the rest, we'll split it into 3 parts. One part will be given to the other nobles, another part to the merchants, and the last part will be sold by us. I believe this doesn't infringe on your interests, does it?" Hearing that not only would his interests be protected, but he could even make a huge profit, a satisfied smile appeared on the Duke's face. He nodded lightly. "Indeed, it doesn't. It's a perfect distribution. But I want to know if the ratio will always be like this, or only this time. Also, how often can you supply the salt? What's the price? Can you increase the quantity of refined salt? It'll always be like this. Even if there's a need to adjust, your share won't be affected. As for the price, I'll hold a banquet in a few days. Everyone can sit down and discuss it then." I promise it'll be cheaper than any other supplier on the market. The production can be increased, but it'll take some time. It's not easy to gain the trust of the natives. Besides, I don't have that many ships." Lady Anasta didn't hesitate at all as she spoke her mind. She knew that her foundation in Lincoln City was too shallow to monopolize such a huge profit. Instead of waiting to be ostracized, it was better to take the initiative to share the profits. In this way, the nobles who benefited from it would become natural allies. After all, she and Andre were the only ones who knew how to make salt from seawater and purify it. If anything were to happen to the two of them, or if they were to escape, this business that was tantamount to robbery would be over. No one wanted such a huge profit to disappear for no reason. Even if it was for their own interests, they had to protect the two of them at all costs. It could be said that as long as the secret wasn't leaked, the two of them would have an extra layer of insurance. Anyone who wanted to do something behind the scenes would have to consider if it was worth it to offend such a huge interest group. Georgie Bridle saw through the thoughts of the Countess at a glance. He smiled and shook his head. "Nas, you don't have to work so hard. As long as you marry me, I can protect you legitimately. As for your niece, she'll naturally have her fiancé to protect her. You should know that the power of a potion master and the successor of the president of the Mage Association is not something that anyone can afford to offend." A potion master? The successor of the president of the Mage Association. Anastasia was shocked. She turned around and stared at Andre with her eyes wide open. It was as if she was trying to find something from his face hidden under the hood. Chapter 353. Haha, that's right. A lot of things happened in Linton City while you were gone. The most shocking thing wasn't the gathering of monsters at the border forest, nor was it the fact that we're about to start a trade war with Bakarov City. Instead, it was the fact that the man you chose to marry has become the only master potion maker in the entire Green Sea Alliance. He's even created 2 long-lost magic potions. Master Boris also praised him a lot, hoping that he'll become his successor. The Mage Association is still discussing this matter, but I think there's a good chance. Congratulations, you've made the right choice once again. Lastly, I have to congratulate you for injecting a new power into the bloodline of the Marie family. You should know that special bloodlines are something that all nobles dream of. After saying that, the Duke winked at Andre, who was standing at the side, and said in a joking tone, "Mr. Future President, don't you want to say something?" Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Andre cursed the old fox in his heart and took off his hood, revealing his flame-like hair. He bowed helplessly. "Thank you very much for your praise, Your Grace. I still wanted to give the beautiful Countess Anastasia a surprise when I got back, but you've ruined everything." Georgie didn't get angry at this joking complaint. Instead, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. I apologize for interrupting your surprise. It just so happens that I've recently acquired a batch of high-quality wood for building ships. I'll give it to you as an apology. Also, thank you for providing this salt route. As long as it can bring more and better salt to Linton City, I promise that when the time is right, you or your descendants will have the chance to become the next Duke." Perhaps it was because he realized that the family that controlled such a large amount of wealth couldn't be subservient to others for a long time, or perhaps it was because he realized that Andre's strength had reached a certain level. The most powerful Duke in Linton City finally chose to show goodwill and even made a promise. "No, Your Grace, I'm a mage. I've always been one, so I don't want to express too many opinions on politics. I'm not interested in wasting my energy on this. If we have to find someone to be the Duke, then I think Anastasia is a very good choice. Not only is she very familiar with the noble families of Linton City, she's also very good at socializing. Furthermore, she has such a close relationship with you in private. She's much better than a mage like me who hides in my room all day studying and researching, isn't she?" Andre did not hesitate to push Chloe to the front, and at the same time made it clear that he had no intention of ruling this city. If he agreed to become a duke now, it would be impossible for him to become the president of the Sorcerers' Association in the future. The nobles were not idiots. They would not allow a magician to be one of the highest rulers and the president of the Magicians' Association, who possessed great supernatural power. As early as the establishment of the Magicians' Association, the nobles had set an unspoken rule. A magician could become a noble, and a noble could become a magician, but there was a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, a magician would have to make a choice. Either leave the Magicians' Association and become a pure noble, or stop the promotion of a noble and become a senior magician with the title of a noble. The balance of power was a very complicated thing, especially when there were countless unspoken rules. The slightest carelessness could lead to a wrong path. Fortunately, President Boris had already warned Andre. Otherwise, he might have fallen into Duke Georgie's trap and completely lost the chance to control the Magicians' Association. Seeing that Andre didn't fall into the trap, Georgie Bridle's lips curled into a playful smile. He took the initiative to come closer and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you don't want supreme power? Believe me, as long as you nod, I can definitely persuade the other 3 dukes to accept you. Now, all of us are optimistic about your future." "I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I have to disappoint everyone. Whether in the past, present, or future, I will always be a magician who pursues the truth of arcane magic. Endless knowledge and power are my life's goals. Everything else is just an escort." Andre responded to Georgie's temptation with an unwavering tone. The determination in his fiery eyes moved everyone around him. Since the day he came into contact with the power of magic, he had been determined to embark on this path. During the time when he was used as a pawn by the necromancer, he deeply understood that if he didn't have absolute power in this world, even death would be an extravagant hope. There were countless spells, divine spells, and supernatural powers that could summon the souls of dead people for interrogation and torture. Ulysses could do it easily. So what if he became a noble? At most, he could show off in front of the commoners and show off his superiority. In the end, once he met a real powerhouse, he would instantly become a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The tragic death of the Baron's son, Byron, was the best proof of this. As a transmigrator, Andre couldn't accept his fate of being played by others. The only way was to desperately raise his level as a magician. In particular, the sudden appearance of the legendary Lich not long ago gave him a great stimulation. It was as if the whole world was operating under the control of a few invisible hands. As the magician's level increased, he came into contact with more and more secrets. He gradually realized that many things were not as simple as they seemed. In order to avoid becoming a sacrifice in a certain game, he had to pick out the chessboard as fast as possible and become a real Go player in the truest sense. As the saying went, even the strongest Go player couldn't compare to the weakest Go player. The two sides were at different levels from the beginning. There was no comparison at all. Georgie Bridle was in his early 50s. He had seen countless people, but he had never seen someone like Andre who was able to unswervingly carry out his own beliefs and goals at a young age. He was completely untempted by external things. This alone moved him. In addition, at the age of 14, he had achieved achievements that many people could never hope to achieve in their lifetime. However, he was still neither arrogant nor impatient. He was as steady as the hardest granite. This was simply not the performance of a normal young man. Chapter 354. Abnormal. It's too abnormal. If it weren't for Boris's repeated assurances, Georgie would have suspected that the young man in front of him was a cunning old man in disguise. He didn't have the slightest bit of impulsiveness when dealing with problems, and he balanced the interests of all parties very well. He never put himself in danger or in the minority. To a certain extent, this wasn't something that could be done with just a smart brain. It also required a lot of life experience, as well as an excellent view of the big picture. Georgie couldn't think of anyone who could do this before the age of 30, even if they had the best teacher in the world. However, Andre had already made it clear that he had no intention of getting involved in politics, so Georgie didn't probe further. He nodded gently. "All right, since this is your wish, I won't force you. I wish you the best of luck in becoming the strongest archmage in Linton City, or even in the entire southern region. I believe that day won't be too far away. When the time comes, we can unite the Green Sea Alliance and become a true nation." Having said that, he bowed politely to everyone present and returned to his carriage. It didn't take long for him to disappear at the end of the street. After watching the Duke leave, Anastasia immediately looked at Andre's strange eyes and hair. She suppressed her desire to find out more and said in a low voice, "I think we should find a time to have a good talk. You've changed a little recently. I can't recognize you anymore." Andre agreed without hesitation. "Of course, any time is fine. I'll be waiting for your call. But before that, you have to put the salt in the warehouse. Otherwise, a sudden rain will cause us to suffer heavy losses." He also had some things to tell his closest ally, and at the same time, he also had to sort out the network of relationships between the nobles of Linton City to see if he had missed anything. "Anthony, I'll leave this to you. Store all the salt in the largest warehouse at the docks and arrange for people to watch over it 24/7. Without my personal letter, no one is allowed to enter. Remember, it's anyone." Lady Anastasia threw the rest of the work to the head of the guards. Perhaps it was because his performance had won him a lot of bonus points recently, and he was gradually gaining more and more trust. Now, he didn't even choose someone else to guard the table salt. "Don't worry, as long as I'm still breathing, no one will be able to steal a bucket of salt from the warehouse." Anthony pounded his chest heavily with his fist and promised, with a face full of excitement. As someone who had been in the outer circle of the noble circle for many years, he knew very well that he had already started to get in touch with the core secrets of his family. It would not be long before he could get rid of his awkward identity and become a real retainer, obtaining the identity and status that he had always dreamed of. "Yes, tell everyone to watch their mouths. If anyone dares to reveal our route, all of them." Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in Lady Anastasia's eyes. She stretched out her finger and gently touched her neck. Her meaning couldn't be more obvious. As a woman, it was easy for her to be judged as vicious, but in order to keep the secret of the Salt Sun a secret, she could only be a little more ruthless. Otherwise, once the island was exposed, there would be countless imitators. It was normal for nobles to send out spies to steal each other's secrets. Under the temptation of huge benefits, even the most loyal servants would make mistakes due to their greed. Anthony obviously understood this point. He nodded without hesitation. "Understood. If anyone dares to say anything, I promise to kill them immediately." After assigning the task, Anastasia glanced at the buckets of salt, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She took her niece's hand. "Let's go home. After being at sea for so long, what I want to do most is take a quick bath, have a delicious meal, and lie down on a soft bed to have a good sleep. Hee. My dear aunt, when we came out, Borg was already preparing the bath water and the banquet. I guarantee that you will be able to enjoy everything as soon as you get back." Chloe stuck out her little tongue and deliberately made a face as she spoke coquettishly. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for 2 months, but the aunt and niece didn't bicker like they usually did. They chatted and laughed along the way, and arrived at the entrance of the mansion after 10 minutes. As soon as they got off the carriage, Borg, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped forward and bowed excitedly. "Welcome back, madam. At the same time, congratulations on obtaining a gold mine that can continuously make profits. Thank you, Borg. Tell all the servants, retainers, and guards that their salaries will be doubled this month. I have to take a bath first. Otherwise, I will feel very uncomfortable," Anastasia said as she handed her coat to the old butler. She stepped through the door and looked at the blooming flowers around her. Since it was already April, the temperature in Lincoln City had risen very quickly. Now, many plants were blooming one after another, and the entire front yard was filled with a fragrance. At a glance, it was very beautiful. Borg hurriedly followed behind his mistress and replied meticulously, "Don't worry, there is hot water in the bathroom now. The maids in charge of scrubbing and massaging are also on standby. You can take a comfortable hot bath immediately, and when you come out, you will immediately be able to taste sumptuous food and wine." "Hee, you are as reliable as always. Since that's the case, I will go first. Wait for me for a while." It was impossible to have fresh water to take a bath while drifting at sea, so Anastasia's body was already itching unbearably. She hurriedly ran in the direction of the bathroom. It had to be said that sailing a long distance in this era was indeed a very torturous thing, especially for a woman like her who was a little obsessed with cleanliness. It was a complete torture. After watching the mistress disappear at the corner of the corridor, Borg discreetly sent away his mistress and servants and secretly took out a few test tubes from his pocket. He hurriedly stuffed them into Andre's hands and ran away with a red face without explaining anything. Seeing the embarrassed look on the old butler's face, Andre shook his head with a smile. He muttered to himself, "It's just a few eggs. Do you have to be so flustered?" After saying that, he picked up the test tubes and examined them carefully. Indeed, he found very small eggs that were about a few tenths of a millimeter soaked in the liquid. There were about 100 of them altogether, enough to make more than 100 bottles of activating potion. Chapter 355. Without thinking too much, Andre, who had been longing to see the effect of this potion for a long time, directly went into the study on the second floor and drove out all the Lolas who were studying. Even Beverly, the only apprentice, was not able to do anything. His brain was already in a state of excitement, so he fell into a frenzied state of research. In just a few minutes, he had completed the preliminary steps according to the formula. When the potion emitted light green smoke, he carefully opened the cork, scooped out an egg from it with a small spoon, and gently put it in. In an instant, a wonderful force began to work in the potion. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of silver-white, translucent liquid splashed out. Andre dared not to be careless. He quickly rushed up and sealed the mouth with the cork. When he secretly let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly found that all the things splashed by the liquid had come to life, and they had established some kind of connection with his brain. "Quill, write on the paper." Out of curiosity, he immediately gave an order to one of the things. The quill standing on the table dipped into the ink and quickly wrote down a bunch of unintelligible words on the parchment. This scene was amazing. Andre was completely stunned. He hurriedly tried several more times. Book, turn to the 4th page. Chair, dance. Table, open all the drawers. As the orders were given one after another, 1/3 of the things on the table started to move, especially the way the chair swayed and jumped, which was really funny. "Ha ha ha ha! This is amazing! This is amazing! It's beyond the limit of my understanding. Arcana, magic, what kind of secret is hidden behind the world? I'm really looking forward to it." Andre couldn't help but exclaim while laughing. Although the effects of the activating potion were recorded in detail in the book, He didn't understand how shocking it was until he saw it with his own eyes. Giving life to things that didn't originally exist, although it was only the lowest level of life, which didn't even have independent thoughts. And there was a time limit. It was already a height that modern technology on Earth couldn't reach and imagine. When Andre was lying on the ground, convulsing, Borg suddenly opened the door and walked in. He immediately saw the dancing chair, the writing quill, and the drawers that kept opening and closing by themselves. He immediately shivered. Oh, gods! What's going on? This is the magical potion I told you about a while ago. The reason why I can make it is because of the thing you just gave me. How is it? Interesting, isn't it? Andre opened his arms and asked excitedly. The corner of the old butler's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, it's very impressive, but what's the use? There are many uses for it. For example, it can activate stones, vines, weeds, and the like in battle to create some small problems for the opponent. Imagine again, if you sprinkle this thing on the wooden planks, wouldn't you be able to order them to assemble a large ship by themselves? All in all, its uses. The more Andre spoke, the more excited he became. Many crazy ideas slipped out of his mouth, leaving Borg dumbfounded. He didn't move for a long time, as if he had completely lost the ability to think. What could the activating potion do? At least in Andre's opinion, it could completely replace less complicated physical labor, such as mining, logging, moving heavy objects, and so on. As for shipbuilding, building houses, farming, and so on, it depended on the commander's ability. After all, under the effect of arcane spells, these objects that were temporarily activated didn't have the ability to think. They could only follow orders mechanically, and there was no room for error. If there was even the slightest mistake, the entire work could be ruined. Of course, even if that was the case, he still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if he could personally build a real sailing battleship with the help of the activating potion. The displacement had to be at least 1,500 to 2,000 tons. This was because the sailing ships in this world were too short, small, and fat. Their speed was as slow as a snail. They were completely unsuitable to be used as gunships. After listening to Andre's crazy talk for a while, the old butler couldn't stand those strange thoughts anymore. He hurriedly interrupted him and reminded him, "Sir, Count Mantell is having lunch with the Countess in the dining hall right now. He strongly requests that you appear at the table as soon as possible. He says he has some surprises for you." All right, I got it. I didn't expect these fellows to react so quickly. The fleet has only docked for an hour and a half, and they've already come knocking on my door. Andre complained as he began to clean up the messy table. At the same time, he ordered the activated objects to return to normal. One had to know that the effects of the activating potion were at least 10 minutes to half an hour. If the servants saw this scene, they would probably faint from fright. After hundreds of years of development, the traditional Nobles Foundation in Linton City is far beyond your imagination. This is especially true in the prosperous dock area. Many shops and workers are directly or indirectly controlled by them. I'm afraid that someone has already tipped them off before the fleet even docked, Borg explained with a smile. With a smile on his face, Borg explained the reason why George was able to visit him so quickly. Oh, doesn't that mean I've chosen the right ally? If I use their intelligence network in the future, won't I be able to easily control someone's movements? Andre asked, slightly surprised. The old butler shook his head with a wry smile. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. You don't understand their style. These old nobles will only temporarily link up for a certain matter. They rarely share information, so it's better to hire adventurers than count on them. Hearing that he couldn't get too much information from his ally, Andre cursed in exasperation. Damn it! I hate this conservative approach. Can't they be more flexible? Otherwise, the the pro-war faction wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. It can't be helped. If they could be more open-minded, they wouldn't be called conservative. Most of the old nobles are like that, clinging to the family business that their ancestors created. They would rather keep it intact than take any risks. Over time, many rules will form, and it will naturally be even more difficult to change them. After 20 years as a butler, Borg had long known the affairs of the nobles' circle like the back of his hand. He was very aware of many secrets that couldn't be said. Chapter 356. The reason why the other party reacted so quickly today was mainly because they were attracted by the huge profits of the table salt trade. Otherwise, they would have definitely found a few ponds to test the waters first, then dragged it out for a month or so, wrangling with each other before finally reaching an agreement. After tidying up the messy table, Andre quickly went straight to the dining room under the guidance of the old butler. At a glance, he saw George Mantle sitting opposite Countess Anastasia. This old fox seemed to have received some kind of promise. He raised his wine glass high with a rosy face and took small sips. He looked so happy that he didn't notice Benjamin's arrival at all. Andre had no choice but to cough deliberately. He took 2 steps forward and greeted with a smile. "Dear Count, I'm very happy to see you on such a special day. I heard from Borg that you seem to have a surprise for me?" When old George heard this, he immediately stood up and gave Andre a hug. "Ah, you came at the right time, my closest friend. I really didn't expect your original promise to be fulfilled so quickly. I just reached an agreement with Countess Anastasia on behalf of many allies to be responsible for the sales of table salt. In addition, I've already prepared the things you want. They are stored in the warehouse near the dock. This is the list. You can pick them up at any time now." So fast. Andre took a look at the list, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. After all, although he didn't ask for much for a mere coastal city, the amount was still considerable, especially bronze, saltpeter, and sulfur. The basic production rate was very low, and to be able to gather all of them in such a short period of time, it fully illustrated the huge power of the conservative aristocrats. Of course, we scraped 3 feet in the surrounding area to barely gather these things. Oh, yes, there's also a bill of exchange for tens of thousands of gold coins. It's the ransom that the Kyrgyz guys paid for the seal ring. You didn't see his expression that was a mixture of anger, unwillingness, and humiliation. It was simply wonderful. Ha ha ha. Old George laughed as he took out all the ransom money from his arms and put it on the table. He didn't take a single copper coin, because when he thought back to the transaction, his sworn enemy's expression as if his father had died was far more valuable than tens of thousands of gold coins. It should be known that in the aristocratic circle, face was often more important than anything else. This time, Andre had ruthlessly slapped the pro-war faction in the face. They would not be able to lift their heads up high for at least a few months. He had directly suppressed their original arrogance, and the situation had once again returned to balance. No, to be precise, coupled with the rich returns from the salt trade in the future, the scales of victory had already slid to the conservatives' side. Therefore, George Sr. had decided to try to bring in the Marouz family, so Andre was completely tied to the conservatives' war chariot. Seeing the passion in the old man's eyes, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up into a playful smile. He shoved the bill into his pocket and shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. It won't be long before the expressions on their faces become even more interesting, before the dear Marquis of Blood kneels down and begs for mercy. I will use the bloody truth to tell everyone the consequences of offending me for no reason." Well said. I like your tone, and at the same time, I will fully support your next actions. But please be careful. There is news that Kyrgyzstan is conspiring with Gavin Lauren, and it may be detrimental to you. Old George lowered his voice, and provided the information he had just obtained. Although he was not sure if it was accurate, he still decided to say it just in case. After all, the more they got along, the more he felt that the young man in front of him had a mature mind that was not commensurate with his age. He would definitely make the correct judgment. "Oh, is it finally coming?" "Humph." Andre's face instantly revealed a chilling sneer. His eyes flickered with a dangerous glint. It felt like a hunter waiting in front of a trap for his prey to walk into it. "Since you are ready, I won't say any more nonsense. Just remember that we will always stand behind you. If there is a need, you can mobilize at least 3,000 private soldiers and 50 feudal knights at any time." "Well, I have to go back and tell everyone this good news. I believe they must be waiting anxiously. And you, beautiful madam, it is my honor to have lunch with a woman like you. It makes my old heart begin to stir." After that, old George bowed, very elegantly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Under Borg's lead, he quickly disappeared out of the gate. After watching him leave, Countess Anastasia took a sip of the wine in her glass and said in a half-joking tone, "Isn't he a very gentlemanly old nobleman? It's hard to imagine that he is so old, but he is still so flirtatious. He must have been a very flirtatious guy when he was young." Andre spread out his hands and pretended to be helpless. "Madam, you have to understand that men are animals who think with their lower body. Even the most cunning men will have their IQ plummeting when their brains are filled with sperm. The only difference is that some people have learned to restrain themselves and can barely maintain the passing line, while more people directly drop to zero. After that, even they themselves can't believe that they actually did such a stupid thing." Countess Anastasia obviously had not heard of this argument. She immediately laughed and convulsed. "Ha ha, what a vivid metaphor. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Sit down, let's talk while we eat. Thank you very much." After politely approaching the predecessor, Andre did not stand on ceremony and directly sat in old George's seat. The two maids hurriedly took away the leftovers on the table and, at the same time, brought new cutlery and napkins, and then retreated out of the dining room and closed the door tightly. After being professionally trained as maids, they understood that their masters were likely to talk about some secret topics, and it was better for them to leave quickly. Otherwise, they would be punished or even killed. Seeing that her maids were so obedient and sensible, Countess Anastasia nodded her head in satisfaction. For the rest of the time, she first recounted the story of her reclamation of the salt pan on the deserted island, followed by a discussion on how to expand the scale, and finally asked about the recent happenings in Linton City. Regarding these questions, Andre basically told them everything except for the secrets related to himself. At the same time, he revealed some information that Loretta Botons might be an enemy. He believed that with her rich experience, she could easily understand some of the hints in his words and make some preparations in advance. Chapter 357. Lunch quickly passed by in a relaxed and pleasant manner. Perhaps it was because she was about to earn money, but Lady Anastasia's mental state was much better than before. She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was eager to teach the other party a lesson and let everyone know that the Mariel family wasn't to be trifled with. As the news of the Mariel family obtaining a large amount of salt spread, Countess Anastasia's residence became as crowded as a downtown area. Countless nobles, merchants, and speculators came one after another, their eyes red with greed. They wanted to see if they could obtain the salt from this place. Before they came, they had already inquired clearly that the supply price here was only half to two-thirds of the normal price, and the quality of the salt was also very good, especially the fine sand-like salt. It was simply a commodity that all merchants dreamed of. Many people were willing to pay more than 5 times the normal price because they believed that such a commodity, Even if the price was 10 times higher, there would still be people willing to buy it. The craziness of the salt trade far exceeded everyone's expectations. In less than 5 days, more than half of the salt had been sold. The net profit alone was as high as 400,000 gold coins. By the time this batch of salt was sold out, they would be able to earn 600,000 to 700,000 gold coins. It was almost a third of the annual profit of any of the four dukes. Now that she had the money, Lady Anastasia began to recruit soldiers without hesitation. It didn't take long for her to buy 300 trained barbarian warriors from the slave merchants at the price of 500 gold coins each. Then, she poached 5 feudal knights from the knights with a high salary. Including the soldiers that André had hidden in the Tues Valley, the combined strength of the two of them had surpassed most of the nobles and was only second to the four dukes. Many people in the city had begun to realize that the rise of the Mariel family was unstoppable. They all came to visit and express their goodwill. Their thoughts were simple. Even if they couldn't become allies, they would try their best not to become enemies. After all, a huge family that had money, a private army, influence, and history would only be able to become a duke in a matter of time, unless they offended too many people's interests and were suppressed by more than half of the nobles. Not to mention, André was also a master potion master, the successor of the Mage Association's chairman, Boris, and many other reputable titles. The two of them could be said to be a powerful alliance. In addition, the Genius Potion and the Hero Potion were able to win over both the mage and the nobles. On the surface, there seemed to be no shortcomings. The only thing they lacked was time. Of course, apart from the above, there was another reason for their rapid rise, and that was because they had never infringed on the interests of anyone in Linton City. They even took the initiative to share the benefits that should have belonged to them. In fact, the main supplier of table salt in the south was Rhine City. There was a huge natural salt lake there, and the local ruler only needed to be responsible for organizing people to dig out the salt and sell it to earn a lot of gold coins. Due to the monopoly, they would raise the price from time to time, causing many people to be dissatisfied. Now that there was a competitor, not only would no one stop it, they would even add fuel to the fire. If the two sides fought a price war in order to compete for the market, it would be beneficial for everyone. It was because of these special conditions that André dared to expand his influence so boldly. He also set up a sizable merchant guild. Currently, they were mainly responsible for selling a portion of the table salt to the inland areas. They were also responsible for purchasing large amounts of food, cured meat, livestock, cloth, and other daily necessities in preparation for the upcoming interruption of trade. While he was busy with his actions, the Tues Valley was not idle. Whether it was the cavalry or the newly reorganized barbarian heavy armored warriors, they all took turns to attack the monster tribes in the surrounding areas. With the help of the druid Nina and the soul shaman Tutumanka, not a single one of them could escape. Even the small groups of orcs and 1 or 2 ogres were not spared. They were either killed or locked in the castle's dungeons to await punishment. This was both training the troops and eliminating the surrounding threats. After sorting out the situation, André's territory rapidly expanded. The pastures that could be used for grazing increased by several times, and the captives could be exchanged for human slaves and minerals with the mine owner. Not only did this greatly increase his income, but it also reduced the need for manpower and labor in his territory. It was a good thing that killed many birds with one stone. As for the casualties, there were almost no casualties. Even if they were injured, they only needed to hold on for a few minutes before they were immediately saved by powerful nature magic. At most, they only needed to rest for 10 days to half a month before they could jump around and attack people again. From a certain point of view, this kind of life was what the soldiers wanted the most. whether it was the barbarian warriors or the cavalry from the grassland kingdom of Brant, they were all filled with violence in their bones. They thirsted for glory, for slaughter, and for fighting powerful enemies. They wanted to quickly improve their fighting skills and warrior levels. Not to mention, there was ample food, excellent weapons and armor, and an unlimited supply of ale. If one were to describe it in one sentence, it would be a life that one could not even dream of. Thus, the entire army was always in a state of excitement. Many times, the enemy would fall into chaos and collapse within 5 minutes of the start of the battle. What they had to do next was to clean up the battlefield and capture as many captives as possible. Perhaps after the outpost fortress in the north was built, the barbarian women could herd the cows and sheep to the edge of the forest to graze, emptying all the land in the valley to grow food. With no shortage of funds, all the plans began to be carried out in an orderly manner according to André's plan. It was so smooth that even he himself could not believe it, especially the other player in this game, Loretta Botons. Since the last time they met, he seemed to have become completely silent. He did not make any moves in the dark, nor did he have any intention of sabotaging them. He just watched as his opponent grew stronger and stronger. Similarly, the pro-war faction led by Kyrgyz Brest and his partner Gavin Lauren were also acting strangely. These people seemed to be brewing something and had fallen into a temporary hibernation. Even the number of times they appeared in public was decreasing. André was very clear that the smooth situation in front of him was just an illusion. No one would sit and watch the enemy grow stronger. Even if they knew that they would fail, they would still struggle. So now was equivalent to the calm before the storm. It would not be long before all the hidden enemies launched a desperate attack. When that time came, a storm would follow. He had to be fully prepared. Chapter 358. With the arrival of mid-April, the trade war between Lincoln City and Bakharov City finally broke out. All the armed merchant ships and warships at sea were involved in a naval battle of unprecedented scale. Only 2 days later, a galleon called the Victory successfully captured an enemy merchant ship that was transporting spices and towed it back to port. This ignited everyone's desire for wealth, adventure, and fame. In this world, spices were an extremely valuable commodity, and the profits were even higher than salt. They were usually only grown on the large islands in the far south, and the production was very low. Only nobles and merchants could afford to eat them. With this adventure, the captain of the Victory suddenly became the darling of the upper class. Not only did he earn a lot of gold coins, but he also made a name for himself. Just as he was attending banquets and enjoying wine and beautiful women, André, who had been holed up at home making potions and teaching the little girls, finally walked out of his room on the 20th of April. Looking at the dark blue sky, he said to the old butler behind him, "It's time. Help me inform the docks that we'll set off in 2 days." "As you wish, I'll inform the docks to load the goods now. Your fleet will be able to sail freely on the sea in 30 hours at most." Borg bowed deeply and turned to walk towards the gate. After watching the old man leave, Lady Anastasia took a sip of scalding tea and asked in a low voice, "Do you really plan to build a big ship yourself?" André nodded without hesitation. "Of course. For this voyage, not only do I need shipbuilders, I also need some blacksmiths and carpenters. In addition, give me an experienced captain, 160 barbarian warriors, and 300 absolutely loyal and experienced sailors. I want to build an unprecedented fortress on the sea. I want to become the most terrifying pirate king in the seas. I want to fulfill my childhood dream." Seeing the fanaticism in André's eyes, Anastasia put down her teacup and sighed helplessly. All right, I'll go with you. There's not much left in the warehouse anyway. It's time to see if the next batch of salt is ready and open up a few more salt pans." She couldn't understand it at all. He was clearly a genius mage with a bright future ahead of him. Why would he dream of becoming a pirate? No problem. My bronze, shipbuilding wood, sulfur, charcoal, saltpeter, and other materials will need several ships to carry them. They can be used as trading goods to avoid suspicion. After saying that, Andre's face showed an unconcealable excitement. In his previous life, he had always been fascinated by the Great Voyage era from the 15th to the 18th century. Now that he finally had the opportunity to experience it personally, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. For this experience, he had prepared for a long time, including dozens of experienced shipbuilders, large amounts of wood that had undergone special processing, bronze and molds used to make cannons and muskets, and sufficient lead ingots and raw materials for black gunpowder. Even the barbarian warriors had stayed on the ship for a few days in advance, completely adapting to the bumpy life on the sea. It could be said that he had prepared everything he could think of. As long as he found an uninhabited island and stayed there for about 10 days, he would be able to use the activation potion to build a sail gunship with a displacement of more than 1,500 tons. He would personally drive it to crush the entire southern seas. Unless he encountered a high-level mage, no ship would be able to compete with it. I don't need you to remind me of this. A few days ago, I sent people to the market to buy a batch of goods including wine, food, dried fish, bacon, nails, and a small amount of weapons and armor. When the time comes, we will throw them into the cabin and transport them away. Lady Anasta wasn't stupid. She knew that running a ship with an empty cabin would arouse the suspicions of many people, so she had made some preparations in advance. Most of the things she bought were daily necessities and tools that were urgently needed on a deserted island, creating the illusion that she was trading with a low-level civilization. As for whether the others would believe her, only the heavens would know. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning of the third day, Andre boarded the flagship with the elven druid Nina, the demonkin warrior Eunice, and the trainee minstrel Chloe. Under the warm farewells of countless people, they slowly left the port and advanced toward the southwest. As the city behind them gradually disappeared, they quickly entered the deep sea. This fleet, flying the flag of the Marie family, was quite large. There were a total of 16 large and medium-sized ships with a displacement of 250 to 600 tons. Just the sailors alone numbered more than 1,200 people, and the deck was fully equipped with ballistas. Not to mention ordinary pirates. Even giant warships of more than 1,000 tons would have to reconsider if they could withstand the siege of so many armed merchant ships. Standing on the deck, facing the sea breeze and staring at the boundless sea, Andre felt a sense of freedom. It was as if all the noise and troubles had disappeared, and only these beautiful ships were left between the sea and the sky. Just as he narrowed his eyes and let his mind completely relax, a large number of messages suddenly popped up in his vision. Large-scale mission, trade war initiated. Objective: sink and capture the enemy's ships as much as possible before one side is defeated or a peace treaty is concluded. Finally, a score will be given according to the number of ships and achievements. Attention! This is a war mission, so every time a naval battle ends, there will be an evaluation. At the same time, it counts as a mission completion. A certain amount of experience points and random rewards will be given according to the difficulty. Difficulty evaluation. Dangerous. Attention! Large numbers of wizards, warriors, knights, and other professions will participate in this naval battle. There is a certain chance that you will encounter an enemy stronger than yourself. Mission completion reward: EXP 5,000, 50,000. Randomly receive a meta-magic ability. Randomly receive 2 rank 5 arcane scrolls. Large-scale mission? Trade war? Sounds interesting, and the rewards are very generous. I can't wait to stand on this stage and use a magnificent naval battle to realize my dream of conquering the sea. I hope the enemy isn't too weak." The corners of Andre's mouth rose slightly, and he muttered to himself in a low voice. His eyes inadvertently revealed a frightening light. As someone who was obsessed with the age of the Great Voyage, he had vowed from the day he arrived in Lincoln City that he would definitely pilot his own sail gunship and make a scene. Now that such a good opportunity had presented itself, he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Chapter 359. According to the plan, the fleet would take about a week to reach a remote island where all the ships and sailors would be on standby. Only the core retainers and servants of the Mariel family would be allowed to set off for the secret island where the salt was dried. Andre would also take the opportunity to build ships, cast bronze cannons, firearms, mix gunpowder, teach the sailors how to use new weapons, and so on. He estimated that by the time Anastasia brought back the second batch of salt, he would be almost done with all the preparations and would be able to set off for the outer seas of Bocaro City to enjoy the fun of using the cannons on the giant ships. Just as Andre was deep in thought, a seagull suddenly swooped down from the sky and landed accurately on the elven druid's shoulder. It cooed a few times before flapping its wings and flying freely in the sky. After receiving the news from the seagull, Nina quickly approached and asked in a low voice, "Master, there are 2 fast ships following us from afar. Do you think we should?" Before she could finish her sentence, Andre shook his head lightly and sneered. "Humph, these greedy fellows really can't change their habits. Do they really think I don't have a backup plan? Forget it. I'll send them all to the sea to feed the fishes. At the same time, I'll intimidate the spies hidden among the sailors." It wasn't out of his expectations that someone was following the fleet. After all, the profits from the salt trade were so great. On average, they could earn close to 500,000 to 600,000 gold coins in 1.5 to 2 months. As the saying goes, wine makes one's face red, while wealth moves one's heart. It would be strange if there wasn't someone secretly following them to find out where the high-quality salt came from. In fact, both Andre and Anastasia knew very well that there were countless eyes hidden in the dark, spying on the secret of the salt drying. Among the 1,200 sailors alone, there were many spies planted by other forces. Their goal was to record the destination of this voyage. But it was a pity that they didn't know that the so-called secret route was just a smokescreen. Once they arrived at the deserted island, a great purge would be carried out immediately. By then, those with questionable identities would be found out. And even if they didn't die, they wouldn't be able to board the ship back to Lincoln City, let alone report the news. Although Andre wasn't a demon who liked to kill his own kind, he never showed mercy to those with malicious intentions. This was because he knew that no matter what kind of world it was, the weak were prey to the strong. Under certain special circumstances, if he didn't appear strong or even cruel, he would be seen as weak and end up in a miserable state. Understood. Nina nodded gently. She immediately took out a handful of grayish-brown powder from her pocket and scattered it into the sea. Then she knelt on one knee and chanted an unknown incantation loudly. In just a few minutes, dozens of swordfish suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea and swam rapidly to the rear. Not long after, there were screams and cries for help. There was no doubt that these large carnivorous fish in the ocean had used their strong and sharp long thorns to poke several large holes under the tailing ship. It was estimated that they were now sinking. At most, it would take another 5 to 10 minutes for everything to completely return to normal. Anastasia obviously heard the sounds from afar. She hurriedly ran out of the cabin and asked nervously, "What's going on? I seem to have heard someone calling for help." "Please don't worry. I just casually dealt with a few flies that were following us. At the same time, I also deterred those idiots who were ready to make a move, so that they wouldn't always give up," Andre replied with a playful smile. "Flies? You mean someone is following us? Anastasia frowned subconsciously, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. She was obviously a little angry. One had to know that before they left, she had given a strict warning that anyone who tried to spy on the sea route would be equivalent to declaring war on the Mariel family. She didn't expect that there would be so many daring fellows who dared to take a bite out of the tiger's mouth. My dear lady, you have to understand the greed of humans in the face of great benefits. Even the gods are shocked, not to mention that we haven't shown overwhelming power yet. It's not surprising that we were spied on by others, but it's fine now. Those annoying flies have been thrown into the sea. It won't be long before the sharks who smell the blood swarm and wipe out everything. After saying that, Andre turned around and waved at the elven druid who was still in the spellcasting state. Stop, Nina. You've done this much. The rest will be left to the law of survival of the fittest. If someone can really escape from the sharks, I don't mind letting him live. As you wish, my master. After receiving the order, Nina quickly stood up and bowed slightly. She ran to the bow alone and sat quietly on the ram, admiring the magnificent sea. Perhaps the elven druid's temperament of living in harmony with nature was too strange, but Anastasia threw the anger that had just been ignited to the back of her mind. She asked curiously, "Who is she? Why does she call you master?" Andre shrugged helplessly and replied, "It's a long story. In short, she's equivalent to my follower. As for the details, you'd better ask Chloe. She saw everything clearly. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but that he didn't know how to." So far, Nina's performance was no different from a normal elven druid. She still needed to eat, drink, breathe, pray to nature every day, and obtain divine spells. However, no one could guarantee that she wasn't a life form created by magic. The arcane techniques contained within the magic cards were far too complex and profound. Even after such a long time, Andre still couldn't figure out how they worked. In fact, he couldn't even figure out what the magic arrays on the surface of the cards were for. The more he learned about the ancient magic civilization, the more he found that many things were completely beyond the limits of human imagination. No wonder the legendary sorcerers at that time chose to study the gods. They must have already deciphered all the other secrets. If they wanted to reach a higher level, they would have to invade the realm of the gods. Just like how the progress of medical science couldn't be separated from cruel and bloody vivisection, the progress of magic couldn't be separated from all kinds of practice. In the end, it was only a matter of time before they had to face the higher life form, the gods. Chapter 360. After a brief interlude, the fleet continued to sail across the boundless sea. They didn't meet any pirates along the way, nor did they see any raiding fleets from Bakharov. At noon on the 6th day, they finally arrived at a half-moon-shaped island with lush vegetation covering an area of 250 square kilometers. Due to the tides, the water level on the west side of the island was very deep due to the repeated waves. It wasn't too difficult to dock a cargo ship of less than 300 tons without worrying about being stranded. Under the command of Lady Anasta of Wesya, everyone went ashore one after another and began to unload the goods. The whole process lasted for 3.5 hours. At dusk, they finally completed the task and could stop to take a breather. A portion of the barbarian warriors went deep into the tropical forest to cut wood and hunt. Before the sun had completely set, they finally set up a temporary camp. They even started a bonfire and started to cook dinner. Soon, the rich aroma of meat filled the air above the camp. Many sailors were eating wild food while loudly singing ancient songs that had been passed down from generation to generation. They looked very excited. In fact, after drifting on the sea for so many days, everyone was eager to eat some fresh meat and fruit, then take a bath and drink to release all the pressure that had accumulated in their hearts. One had to know that the discipline at sea was very strict and even a little cruel. The slightest mistake would result in punishment ranging from whipping to being hung upside down from the mast for a few hours. In just 6 days of sailing, at least 30 sailors were punished. The most serious one was tied to a rock and sunk to the bottom of the sea for trying to sneak into the captain's cabin. Humans weren't machines, and there was a limit to what they could endure. Otherwise, after sailing for so long under such pressure, it wouldn't take long for them to have a nervous breakdown. In more serious cases, it could even lead to mutiny. The consequences were very serious, so the captain would often order a banquet to let everyone relax. It was clear that tonight was the night for the sailors to relieve their stress. Even the amount of alcohol supplied was 3 times more than usual. The temporary camp was like a noisy market, with rude laughter and out-of-tune songs everywhere. Only the center of the camp remained quiet. Lady Anasta asked softly as she sipped the fresh fish soup. "I'll be leaving for the real salt island tomorrow morning. I'll also expand the salt pan while I'm at it. Do you want to come with me? After all, half of it belongs to you." Andre swallowed the food in his mouth and shook his head with a smile. "No need. You can do as you see fit. If conditions permit, it's best to build a few waterproof warehouses. Otherwise, when the rainy season comes, the losses will be great. As for myself, I have to stay and build my dream ship. I also need to forge some powerful weapons." The process of making bronze guns and cannons wasn't complicated, and there were only 3 raw materials for black gunpowder. As long as there was a relatively scientific mix, it could immediately release a terrifying power. He didn't dare to let others be responsible for it. If word of this spread, the entire continent would have unpredictable changes. On the other hand, the Galen ship model was not a big deal. This was because it was a ship that was fast, agile, and only suitable for cannon battles. Compared to the ballistas, catapults, and ballistas that the southern seas were currently using, the Galen ship model was completely useless. "Very well, then I will leave Captain Bartholomew to you as an assistant to manage the sailors who remain here. He's quite experienced and has served the Mariel family for generations. There's no question about his loyalty." As she spoke, Lady Anasta gave a look to an old man of about 50 years old. The old man hurriedly wiped the wine off his beard, stood up, and bowed slightly. "It's an honor to serve you. My name is Bartholomew Roberts. I'm an old captain who has sailed the sea for 30 years, and I'm also a level 4 warrior." After hearing the old man's self-introduction, Andre showed a satisfied smile on his face. He immediately applauded and praised. "That sounds very reassuring. From today onwards, you'll be my vice captain, and you'll be in charge of assisting me in building a real warship. Once it's completed, we'll sail it across the seas, obtain countless riches, and leave behind an immortal legend." In fact, although he'd read many books on sailing in his previous life, he didn't have any practical experience. It just so happened that he needed an experienced captain to guide him. Otherwise, it would take him a long time to completely grasp the essentials. Old captains from the age of sail were not to be underestimated. Once they went out to sea, they were equivalent to the supreme king of the ship. Not only did they have to command the sailors to do their jobs, punish those who made mistakes, adjust the route according to the map and wind direction, bring in and out of the ship, and so on. They also had to have strong adaptability. For example, how to deal with storms, pirates, and giant sea monsters to minimize losses. Another example was how to deal with the goods if the buyer at the destination suddenly went back on his word. All in all, anyone who could be a captain for 10 years without dying was a treasure. This was especially so in Lincoln City, where maritime trade was the main focus. Their social status was even higher than that of feudal knights. "You intend to participate in the trade war?" Bartholomew Roberts asked, his eyes shining. "Yes, Not only do I want to participate, but I also want to show those fellows in Bakarov what a real naval war is like. Andrei said the answer hidden in his heart without hesitation. That's right. He wanted to use the cannons of the giant ships to destroy those clumsy and outdated old ships with a displacement of around 1,000 tons. He wanted to enjoy the thrill of crushing his enemies, and at the same time fulfill his dreams of sailing in his previous life. It had to be said that this was a little shameless. After all, the Galen ships were not only fast, but their hull structure was also more stable. Coupled with black gunpowder and bronze cannons, they were more than 300 to 500 years ahead of the southern seas. As long as the enemy didn't have powerful wizards, they would probably be shot down by terrifying bullets before they could even get close. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the conditions didn't allow it, Andrei would have wanted to build an ironclad battleship powered by a steam engine coupled with smokeless gunpowder and large-caliber naval cannons. By then, not to mention sailing ships. Even archmages would be finished off if they were hit by a cannon. Unfortunately, dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. The technology to build such a steam-powered battleship would only be possible after the First Industrial Revolution. Chapter 361. Obviously, Bartholomew was also a warmonger. When he heard that he was going to participate in a trade war, he immediately waved his fist and laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's great. I've always wanted to do this kind of business for a long time, but I never got permission. Now, not only can we legally plunder merchant ships, we can also gain honor and titles. The only question is, how long will it take for your ship to be finished? I plan to use magic to speed up the process. If it's fast, it'll take 3 days. If it's slow, it won't take more than a week. Look, this is the blueprint of the ship that I've drawn. When it's built, I just need to instruct the craftsman on how to connect it. When it came to the ship that was about to be built, Andrei excitedly took out the blueprint that he'd prepared in advance. He talked about his design concept without stopping, and at the same time, he described the power of the cannons and muskets. In just a short while, the 50-year-old captain was dumbfounded. He didn't say a word for a long time. However, after a full 10 minutes, Bartholomew finally came back to his senses. He stared at the design on the parchment and asked with a trembling voice, Gods above, are you sure that these alchemy weapons can have an effective attack range of more than 1 kilometer? Andrei's brain was already in a state of excitement. He didn't even think about it before answering. Of course, they shoot solid lead balls, and they can penetrate the deck with just the speed of falling from the sky. When the shooting angle is 4, the range is about 1,300 meters. When the shooting angle is 8, the range is more than 2,000 meters. Within 100 meters, they can even penetrate hard planks that are more than 1 meter thick. According to my design, this ship has a total of 3 floors. 28 cannons can be placed on the left and right sides of the ship. At the same time, 4 cannons can be placed at the bow and the stern. When the enemy's ships pass by us, a single volley can send them to the bottom of the sea. Apart from that, I'm also preparing to make some small weapons that can shoot lead balls. These long guns can kill a large number of the enemy's crew when 2 ships meet. These shorter guns can be used in close combat. As long as they're loaded in advance, they can shatter the enemy's head. Think about it. When a ship is big, sturdy, fast, powerful, and has many sailors, what can the enemy do? Damn it, I don't think there's any other way but to raise the white flag and surrender. You're truly a genius. He was actually able to design a perfect fortress on the sea. Not to mention the vice captain. Even if you want me to be a sailor or even a cook on such a ship, I'd be more than willing. Obviously, Bartholomew was also extremely excited. He waved his rough hands and slapped his thighs to vent the uncontrollable excitement in his heart. As an experienced old captain, He knew too well how powerful this ship would be in a naval battle once it was launched. It could be said that, for now, it was simply an invincible monster. Even if it was besieged by several large warships, it would still be able to easily crush the enemy. Andre did not mind the old captain's dancing. Instead, he laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Ha ha. In fact, this is just a basic version. I have a giant warship that can hold more than 100 cannons, and an ironclad warship that is completely made of metal. They are the real overlords of the sea. Oh, God, if I could see such a miracle with my own eyes one day, I would rather fall into hell and be tortured for 10,000 years. Bartholomew pounded his chest with his fist, his face full of pain and regret. Seeing that the two men were getting more and more congenial as they chatted, Lady Anastasia could not help but chuckle and shake her head. After a little consideration, she suddenly opened her mouth and suggested, "Since you two hit it off so well, why don't we do this? Bartholomew Roberts, I will now give you to Andre. From now on, he will be your master and your loyalty." "My God, you're not joking, are you?" The old captain opened his mouth wide in shock. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only him, but the other captains also looked sideways, as if they had heard something incredible. "No, I'm serious. I believe you should be very clear that Andre will be Chloe's husband in the future, and the actual ruler of the next generation of the Mariel family. He is a mage, so he has to devote a large part of his energy to magic research. So he especially needs some trusted retainers to take care of all kinds of things. You have been on the ship since you were 16 and have served the family conscientiously for more than 30 years. Whether it is loyalty or ability, you are very outstanding. You are a good candidate." After that, Lady Anastasia looked at Andre, as if asking for his opinion. In fact, it was very rare for nobles to become retainers. It usually only happened between close allies through marriage. After all, loyal and outstanding retainers were not easy to find. Each of them was equivalent to the cornerstone of the family, especially an old captain like Bartholomew, who had at least a lot of course secrets and more than 10 sea routes. He could be called a priceless treasure. It was obvious that Lady Anastasia was using this method to express her goodwill to Andre. She wanted to completely bind him to her family, for fear of any accidents in the future, such as falling in love with someone else. This was because the more Andre displayed, the more she felt a sense of crisis, especially after the unimaginable profits from the salt drying and table salt purification. The Mariel family now had the cornerstone to become a top, noble family. But it was a pity that this cornerstone wasn't in her hands. Instead, it was in the hands of this mysterious young man. Imagine if a person obtained billions of dollars a year with a patent, but suddenly realized that the patent did not belong to them. What kind of feeling would that person have? Without a doubt, this was what Lady Anastasia was thinking at this moment. Moreover, Chloe was still a virgin after the marriage was confirmed, which made her even more worried that her niece wasn't attractive enough. If it weren't for her old age, she would have done it herself. Now that there was a sudden opportunity to get closer to each other, she naturally wouldn't let it go easily. "No problem. It just so happens that I need an experienced captain as long as he doesn't object." Chapter 362. Andre didn't know what the Countess was thinking at the moment. He just thought that the old captain was to his liking, so he agreed after a little consideration. In fact, he gradually felt that there were too few talents that he could use boldly. After all, most of the knowledge and power in this world were monopolized by the ruling class. It was extremely difficult for the other classes to obtain useful talents. They either had to hire unreliable people from the free market or cultivate them themselves. There was no doubt that Andre definitely didn't have the time to slowly cultivate. Moreover, He knew too many secrets and didn't feel at ease to hire strangers. Therefore, taking the initiative to accept the kindness of an ally was the best choice. As a transmigrator, he was very clear that he didn't have any foundation in this world. Although he seemed to be aggressive now, it was all built on his youth and his mage level. To put it bluntly, everyone thought highly of his potential and acknowledged that one day in the future he could become or surpass a great mage like President Boris. In addition, he could always come up with some attractive things, so he gradually attracted a lot of allies. Although there weren't many mages above level 7 in the Association of Mages, there were still about 7 or 8 of them. If they really fought, Andre really didn't have the confidence to win in a one-on-one battle. After all, he had never fought with a high-level mage. The only time he fought with a necromancer was with a sneak attack and a trap. In the end, if Ulysses didn't want to devour the soul and take over the corpse and was reluctant to use powerful spells, he would have been a pile of minced meat with the pitiful arcane spells he had mastered at that time. As his understanding of arcane spells deepened, Andre felt more and more how dangerous the situation was at that time. How bold and ignorant he was to try to kill a great mage who specialized in necromancy with just a few mixed explosives. It was because of this that he desperately wanted to increase his strength now. Loretta Botons was the same level as Ulysses, not to mention that this guy was an apprentice of a legendary lich. In terms of knowledge, spell-casting skills, the number of magical items, the range of arcane spells, and many other aspects, he was even better than the necromancer. With such a terrifying opponent, Andre didn't care about slowly building his foundation. In order to have the power to fight in a short time, he didn't refuse anything that could increase his strength. Since it's your idea, I have no objections. After much consideration, Bartholomew nodded in agreement. In his view, regardless of whether he became Andre's retainer or continued to serve Countess Anastasia, he was ultimately loyal to the Mariel family. There was no difference at all, be it emotionally or logically. Seeing that both parties had no objection, Lady Anastasia's face instantly showed a trace of joy. She hurriedly stood up and opened her arms, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Since there are so many witnesses, let's hold the Pledge of Allegiance ceremony immediately." Hearing this, the old captain did not hesitate. He immediately knelt on one knee and solemnly swore, "I, Bartholomew Roberts, solemnly swear on my life, honor, and sword that I will always be loyal to the master in front of me, even in the face of death. I accept your allegiance and promise to give you sufficient rewards to protect you and your family." Andre placed his hand on the man's head and made the same solemn oath. He then extended his right hand with the noble's seal on it. It was not the first time that he had experienced such an occasion, so he handled it perfectly. He did not have any stage fright at all. "Thank you for your kindness and generosity, my master." Bartholomew lowered his head slightly and kissed the seal that symbolized the power and status of a noble. He then stood up and bowed respectfully. Obviously, the ceremony had come to an end. From now on, the old captain was a retainer loyal to Andre. He had no obligation to continue to obey the orders of his former mistress. Next, it was time to celebrate. The other captains came up to congratulate Bartholomew for finding a master with a bright future. Lady Anastasia also took the opportunity to get closer to Andre. As for Chloe, who had always been a little muddle-headed, she only cared about joining in the fun. She did not understand that her aunt and her fiancé had quietly completed a binding of benefits. As the night grew deeper, the noisy camp gradually quieted down. After so many days of sailing on the sea, the people who were already exhausted had all fallen asleep. Only a few sailors who were in charge of keeping watch and the elven druid Nina, who did not need to sleep, were left. They were still vigilantly looking around to prevent any beasts or monsters from ambushing them. At the same time, the blood marquis, Kurga's breast, was whipping a man who was on the verge of death in the basement of his mansion in Linton City. As he whipped the man, he cursed loudly, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you bastards. If you didn't steal the cubs of the bearhounds, you wouldn't have attracted the attack of 2 adult bearhounds. If not for their attack, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself. Lowly southern trash. You've humiliated me. I'll take your life." The man who was covered in wounds gritted his teeth and endured the unimaginable pain without making a sound. He begged in a weak voice, You can beat me. You can kill me. You can do whatever you want. Just please let go. My people, they are innocent. Innocent? No. Every single one of you deserves to die. I'll make your lowly people completely disappear from this world. Kurgis roared with a savage expression. Every time he thought of the scene of him being humiliated in the auction house, the scene of him being mocked by his sworn enemy George Mantell, he would feel a ball of fire burning in his chest, as if it wanted to ignite him. One had to know that recently rumors of the Blood Marquis being viciously humiliated had been spreading throughout the city. Not only had he lost all face, but he had also almost lost the right to lead his faction. Unfortunately, whether it was Andre, who was in the limelight, or George Mantell, who had deep roots, neither of them were people that Kurgis could take the initiative to provoke. He already had enough troubles. Just the ongoing trade war was enough to put him in a terrible fix. Thus, he could only find a punching bag to vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 363. Unfortunately, whether it was Andre, who was in the limelight, or George Mantell, who had deep roots, Kyrgyzstan could not afford to provoke them now. He had enough troubles now, and the ongoing trade war was enough to put him in a terrible fix. He could only find a punching bag. Obviously, the only soft persimmon in this series of events was that audacious mercenary group. Kyrgyzstan didn't hesitate at all and directly vented his anger on them. Cough, 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 cough. Demon. Scum. My clansmen have long left this city. You'll never find them. Seeing that begging was of no use, the man hardened his heart and cursed loudly. Kyrgyzstan sneered sarcastically. Humph! Do you think they can escape my pursuit by fleeing to the sea on a ship? Ridiculous! The sea is now filled with ships that belong to Lincoln City. I've already issued a warrant for your arrest. It won't be long before your clansmen become prisoners on death row in this dungeon, just like you. No, there are no cowards among the descendants of the great desert god, Akamala. You may be able to kill us, but don't ever think of insulting us. With a furious roar, the man's eyes instantly became bloodshot. A mere second later, the muscles on his body expanded rapidly like balloons. For some unknown reason, his entire skin turned red, and it was frighteningly hot. Even the iron chains were red from the heat. However, before his body could expand to its limit, Kyrgyzstan pulled out the dagger he carried with him and stabbed it into the man's chest. He stared into the man's blood-red eyes and said in a contemptuous tone, "Insult, you really think too highly of yourself. I'm just looking for a target to vent. I curse you and your clan to burn in the flames of destruction and finally disappear into nothing." After the man used all his strength to swear this oath, he took his last breath. His originally bloated body quickly recovered to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as Kyrgyzstan was about to cut off his head, a voice suddenly came from the stairs leading to the upper level. "Marquis, I advise you to stop. That dead man is the bloodline of a dead god in the mortal world. Although it's very thin, and even the last trace of divinity has disappeared, there's still a chance of triggering the curse." Humph! There are countless people with such a bloodline in the great Kamla Desert. A dead one is not worthy of respect. After saying that, Kyrgyzstan grabbed the corpse's hair and chopped off its head with his sword, throwing it into a corner like trash. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the depths of the dark dungeon were filled with a large number of white bones. The number was probably no less than a few thousand. Under the illumination of the fire, they revealed a chilling aura, especially the resentment brought about by death. It was almost tangible. After a period of time, perhaps a terrifying dead spirit would be born from it. Pa, pa, pa. Accompanied by a burst of applause, a man covered in a dark brown linen cloak walked out of the staircase. He had a faint sneer on his face. He was one of Andrei's archenemies, Gavin Lauren. He glanced at the corpse with disdain, then put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Good evening, Marquis Scarletblood is indeed Marquis Scarletblood. You don't even care about a god's curse. What do you think of the matter I mentioned a few days ago? You should know that if we continue to let that brat do as he pleases, it won't do any good for either of us." "Humph, my heart is filled with rage. I can't wait to dig out his heart with my dagger. But your plan is too risky. Not only does it touch the bottom line of the Dukes, it might even anger Master Boris of the Association of Mages. I'm not so arrogant as to think that I can go against the strongest forces in Linton City. That's not solving problems, it's courting death," Kyrgyzstan said as he took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his dagger. The cold glint in his eyes caused the surrounding temperature to drop. As a person who had always been tyrannical, he was more eager than anyone to get rid of the enemy who had humiliated him. However, the problem was that this enemy had suddenly taken out a large amount of benefits to share with others. If he killed him now, it would undoubtedly anger many vested interests. When that time came, he would be the unlucky one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have vented his anger on a group of homeless mercenaries. He. But don't forget, he's now allied himself with the conservative nobles and even provided them with a large amount of salt. Imagine how powerful this salt will become in a year or two. When that time comes, even your current allies will be tempted by the huge benefits. It could be said that there was no way out for you. You could either fight back and fight to the death, or be strangled to death by the tightening rope and become a shameful loser. It was a very simple choice, wasn't it? Besides, we're taking action at sea. As long as we keep our hands clean, no one will find out. When the time comes, we can push the blame to Bakarov City. Not only will you be cleared of suspicion, you can also use this as an excuse to expand the scale of the war. Why not? It had to be said that Gavin Lauren's words were quite bewitching. With just a few sentences, he was able to clearly analyze the benefits and losses. He even had a rough idea of Andrei's personality, as expected of the leader of the radical faction in the association. He was like a demon that toyed with people's hearts, easily breaking through Kyrgyzstan's psychological defenses. At the same time, he was tempting him to act according to his original plan and completely eliminate the enemy that was the greatest threat to his position as president. Under Gavin's provocation, Kyrgyzstan clenched his fists and suppressed the volcanic rage in his heart. He gritted his teeth and growled. He's a wizard, a powerful caster who has grasped a rank 3 arcane spell. If he discovers that something is wrong, he can immediately use flight to escape. Unless an even more powerful caster participates, there's no way I can kill him. You don't have to worry about that. I've already received accurate information. That young man called Andrei is very likely to join the trade war in the near future. When the time comes, we only need to leak some information to the people of Bakarov City and have those idiots send a warship equipped with casters to take the initiative to encircle and annihilate him. You only need to lead the fleet behind and wait for him to exhaust himself before launching a fatal blow. For safety's sake, I'll send Mant, Grull, and your second son, Zebulun, I believe that under the encirclement of 3 wizards, he won't have a chance to escape. After saying that, the corners of Gavin Lauren's mouth curled up into a cruel and cunning smile. He lightly waved his hand behind him. Chapter 364. Soon, 3 people wearing the same grayish-brown cloak walked out from the shadows and bowed one by one. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Marquis. I am Mant, a rank 6 wizard specializing in illusions." "Greetings, Marquis. I am Groll, a rank 5 wizard specializing in evocation." "Father, I am also a rank 3 wizard specializing in incantations." Looking at the 3 people standing in front of him, Kyrgyz's expression was uncertain, as if he was hesitating. After all, to him, this long-planned attack was like a gamble. If he won, he would obtain everything he dreamed of. However, if he failed, his entire family would suffer terrible revenge. Perhaps even his allies would suddenly turn against him, launching a cruel and bloody purge. "My dear friend, what are you still hesitating for? Haven't you noticed that with his help, the Marriott family is expanding at an unimaginable speed? It won't be long before they replace your position, becoming a noble family second only to the Duke of Lincoln City. They can easily uproot the Brest family with just their private army. I'm sure you know best how many people you've offended over the years in order to strengthen yourself. With one surprise attack, the Brest family will become history. When that time comes, everyone will kick a man when he's down, and there won't be anyone to speak up for him. This is your last chance. Please don't let it slip from your hands." Seeing that he was still hesitating, Gavin Lauren hurriedly added fuel to the fire. "All right, I agree to your plan. Tomorrow, I'll lead the fleet out to sea in the name of hunting down the rattlesnake mercenaries." Having said that, Kyrgyz slammed his fist against the wall. If he was standing on the edge of a cliff before, then he was now jumping up and sliding down into the abyss at lightning speed. There was no longer any chance of recovery. Looking at the twisted expression on Kyrgyz's face, Gavin Lauren knew that his plan of driving the tiger to devour the wolf had succeeded. He quickly disappeared into the darkness, once more disappearing without a trace. As for the Marquis' second son, Zebulun, he carefully glanced at his father, who was still in a state of rage. He narrowed his eyes, an unfathomable expression appearing on his face. It was a little mocking, but also a little pitiful. A night full of schemes and plots quickly passed. The next day, just at dawn, Lady Anasta of West Sia set off on the flagship to the island where salt was drying. She didn't take too many sailors with her. She only packed more than 700 slaves she bought into the cabin to expand the scale of the salt pan and build a few warehouses to store salt in case of the rainy season. Andre didn't know that Blood Marquis Kyrgyz had already colluded with Gavin Lauren to eliminate him at sea. He was currently instructing the sailors to make some necessary preparations, such as the furnace for smelting bronze ingots, the molds for casting guns and cannons, and the utensils for mixing gunpowder. In addition, he also had to discuss the internal structure of the ship with the shipbuilders, such as which areas needed to be empty for storage, which areas needed to be used to hang hammocks for the sailors to rest, which areas should be used to place cannons, how to balance the weight of the bow and stern, and how high the 3 main masts should be. All in all, shipbuilding was a very complicated job. It wasn't as simple as drawing a sketch based on impressions and laying the keel according to the sketch. Not only did it require a scientific layout, but it also had to consider all possible situations. Thus, the experience of skilled craftsmen was very important. He had to discuss with them before starting, or else he might end up building a rotten ship that would capsize as soon as it was launched. "Your Excellency, are you sure that sacrificing the loading capacity and increasing the length and width ratio of the ship can guarantee that its speed will increase? Also, wouldn't a ship like this capsize when the wind is strong?" A shipwright who was over 55 years old quickly raised two sharp questions after looking at the design. Due to the limitations of the era and weapons, he found it difficult to understand how to place large ballistae if the hull was made long and narrow. Moreover, the stern was so short. What would happen in hand-to-hand combat? Andre smiled and pointed at the cannons on the blueprint. Do you see these small openings? They are reserved weapon launch openings. So please don't consider the factors of combat. This ship's combat style is completely different from other ships. If you must use a phrase to describe it, it would be that it is ahead of the time by an entire era. You only need to tell me if the supporting structure is sturdy and how to design the internal structure reasonably. Seeing that his obscure suggestion wasn't accepted, the old boatman sighed helplessly and nodded his head lightly. All right, but I'll say the ugly words first. I've never seen a ship with such a peculiar appearance, so I can't guarantee that it won't flip over in the water. Of course, this design came from my hands, so I will naturally take full responsibility for it. Andre understood that the shipwrights were worried that problems would arise, so he immediately made a promise. Otherwise, during the construction process, they wouldn't give any useful suggestions. After eating this reassuring pill, the boatmen breathed a sigh of relief one after another. With a relaxed expression on their faces, they gathered around and began a heated discussion. After a while, they came up with a set of feasible plans. With the help of everyone, the originally rough design gradually became more complete. After only a morning, it entered into a state of practical operation. Andre directly sprinkled a large amount of activating potion on the specially treated wood and nails. He then ordered these materials to be automatically put together according to the design. Hammers, saws, planes, and other tools also began to work on their own. Looking from afar, there wasn't a single worker in the huge construction site. But in just a short 1 or 2 hours, the keel and the lower supporting structure were automatically put together. The speed was unbelievable, no matter if it was the shipwrights standing on the side or the sailors who were busy mixing gunpowder and casting bronze cannons. All of them were shocked. For them, the scene in front of them was simply a scene that only appeared in the stories of bards. It was a powerful and terrifying magic power, so they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Even Bartholomew Roberts, who had heard of this before, couldn't believe the reality in front of his eyes. Chapter 365. Under the gazes of countless fearful, reverent, envious, and surprised gazes, Andre was like a strategist commander, issuing orders one after another. Due to his extremely precise operation, there were no flaws in the entire process. Every time a stage was completed, the boatman would come forward to check carefully. After confirming that there were no problems, they would proceed to the next stage. As the sun set, a day passed just like that. Due to the fact that there was more wood than expected, the ship was 2 times bigger than the blueprint. The original weight of 1,500 tons had been increased to nearly 2,000 tons. The lower structure had also changed from 2 to 3 layers. The length was about 40 to 45 meters, the width was about 15 meters, and the theoretical carrying capacity was 1,200 tons. It could almost be called the largest sea fortress in the world. Looking at the gunship that was less than a third completed, Andre's eyes revealed a trace of unconcealable fanaticism. He couldn't wait to sail it on the sea. Just as he was thinking about how to make the ship more perfect, Eunice suddenly came out from the woods behind him and asked in a low voice, "Master, I have found a few spies hidden among the sailors according to your instructions. Would you like to capture them and interrogate them? Don't be impatient. Now is not the time. It's best to do it after dark. Be careful not to be noticed by others. I don't want to cause panic. Remember, when you torture them, try to be as far away from the camp as possible. And don't make too much noise. Just tell me the results tomorrow morning." Andre said without turning his head. Although Lady Anastasia didn't specifically tell him how to deal with these spies before she left, he felt that it was best to clean up the trouble as soon as possible, especially those who were involved in the mixing of gunpowder and casting of bronze cannons. Once these parts of the technology were leaked, it would be too late to regret it. As a transmigrator who was full of secrets, Andre was more sensitive than anyone at certain times. At the same time, he didn't mind using some extreme methods, even if it was very likely that it would cause him to leave the good side. In fact, as his status changed from the bottom of society to the ruling class, he had long realized that he could no longer do things based on his personal preferences, like he did in Lonely Mountain Town. He had to consider sacrificing a small number of people for the big picture, so it was inevitable that he would leave the good side. After all, for those in power, their understanding of the so-called good and evil was fundamentally different from that of ordinary people. In their view, anything that was not in their interest was evil, and anything that could bring them a lot of benefits was good. That was all. Obviously, Andre's moral standards from his previous life were gradually no longer suitable for a mage who had great supernatural powers and a feudal lord who owned a large piece of land. All he could do now was to stick to his bottom line and let his mind quickly adapt to this world where the upper and lower classes were very distinct. Don't worry, my dear master. None of these little rats will be able to escape. I promise you that no matter who the power behind them is or what their motives are, you will get a satisfactory answer tomorrow morning. Do it cleanly. You should know that I hate to see the blood of innocents and hear their screams. After saying this, Andre waved his hand lightly, indicating that the half-demon could leave. Understood. I also don't like to hurt innocent people. Eunice pretended to bow elegantly, turned around, and disappeared into the dense forest. Even though she was wearing heavy armor, she didn't make a single sound during the entire process. Looking at the sailors who were busy bathing and cooking in the camp, Andre couldn't help but shake his head lightly. He sighed to himself. Power and authority are really two terrifying things. They can actually unknowingly change a person's nature. I really don't know what I will become in the future. A cold-blooded executioner, an evil mage who treats ordinary people like livestock, or like the legendary lich who controls a few kingdoms behind the scenes and let them put on a reality show. Just when he was sighing at his own changes, Chloe, who had been running crazily in the forest for the whole day, rushed towards him. As she ran, she shouted, "Dear, look at what I've caught. A gray parrot." Maybe it was because of the rigorous training in the last 2 months that this noble girl's athletic ability had improved greatly, or maybe it was because she was too excited. Anyway, it took her less than 10 seconds to cross the distance of more than 100 meters. Like a child, she lifted the parrot in the wooden cage, high up in the air. A large parrot about 35 centimeters long, weighing about half a kilogram, stood innocently in the cage. It looked around with curious eyes, without the slightest hint of fear. It had gray feathers all over its body and a large number of narrow white peeled skin around its eyes. Its beak was black, and only a small tuft of feathers on its tail were bright crimson. It looked unusually dazzling. Undoubtedly, as Chloe said, this was a tropical gray parrot. It could not only learn to speak human language, but also was very smart. But its weakness was that it was too curious and not good at flying. Therefore, it was often caught by hunters and sold to rich families as pets. Andre stretched out a finger and gently touched the feathers on the parrot's head. He smiled and asked, "Where did you catch it?" "Hee. I caught it in the fruit forest under the cliff. It was eating wild fruits at that time and didn't notice anyone approaching at all." Chloe replied excitedly. For her, this deserted island was completely a natural playground. With the strength of a trainee bard, She was not afraid of encountering wild animals at all. It took her a whole day to run almost a third of the area where the camp was located. She was so happy that her eyes almost narrowed into slits. She didn't even notice that there were several leaves on her head. You are in luck. Gray parrots are one of the few birds that can learn to speak human language. Take some time to talk with it. It will be useful when you go out to sea in a few days. Saying this, Andre reached out to help the girl remove the leaves on her head and one of her ears. At the same time, he wiped her dirty little face with a handkerchief.